Let's see. Hello, Vol. The fan background noise is probably from there's an air filter in my room, and I would guess that the lack of sound on my part is just causing the mic to look for any sound at all. And say, no, here's some. This is what the people want, assuredly. But yeah, people coming in is welcome. I don't mind having someone to talk to. The PC fan? No, it shouldn't be the PC fan. I'm pretty sure it's... Here, turn it off. I assume it's much quieter now. Yeah. When you set that thing to its highest mode, it's pretty loud. Perspective. Absolutely the worst. Hate this stuff. Hate this stuff. I don't know. Be somewhere over there, and then we'll have like. An arm or something there. And the arms are going to vary a bit. That's not a big deal. Hello, Lex and Gold over on YouTube. Bologna. So today, we don't have any audio technical issues as far as I hope. But we will be pretty boring still. We're going to be dull. I promise work and little else. Let's see. I think this is gonna be a little closer to the proper volume of the guy. Sketch. Once I did that, ruined the legs for myself there. Okay. Where are you actually standing, Mr. Robot? Where in space do you live? So we want... He's got like little leg pods that he uses. Kind of like him to be a bit. Let's see. And something like that. So one foot, other foot. Need to have another leg doing something similar. Maybe more like this. Yeah, it's par for the course for a big project. Well, you got to do a lot of these character rigs and everything. Or I guess I don't have to do character rigs. I could just get straight into drawing sprites and do it that way. But RPG Maker is interesting in that it has side view battlers, but isn't really intended to use them so much. Actually, I'll use a point of reference. This should be further back on him. Yeah, they kind of are opposed to them. I feel like because they do represent a lot more work, the side view things. But I personally really like the side view guys. But there we go. That makes his weight feel a little better distributed. Put back there like that. Yeah, that's better looking. Hello, Carabella. How's it going? And hello. Oh no, Alexa, that's an old video, an old message. It's kind of funny, Picardo doesn't clear the message history. Hello, Dandoon. I'm doing okay this morning. Yesterday I was talking about how some days you wake up and you're kind of drowsy and you're like, I'll have another cup of coffee before I get started. But the stream keeps you honest on that, keeps you from doing that. Today was one of those days. It's not that I don't feel like working, it's just that I was like, maybe I sure would like to put it off and not do the work. Let's start up our stream, we'll get working, and then once we're working, we're working. I do like to do some exercise a lot of times before I start working. I haven't done any. I just now realized it's probably part of the lazy feeling. Should have done my exercises. But anyway, though, good news. So the other day I was trying to remember how to get the pegs working. It's all a little like riding a bike. I got them all fixed now. So now everything's in the right place. Of course, this screwed up these animations that I did, but they're already exported, so it doesn't matter. Or we'll say it doesn't matter. We'll pretend it doesn't matter. I might care later, but for now I don't. Meandering the weather. Gosh, we had weeks of just heat wave and everything, and now it's finally not nearly so oppressive. So I am pretty happy about that. I don't like it when it's 100 degrees outside with 40% heat index. Alright, but anyway though, today I was hoping that we could get into the animations for the actual battle units, and to do that though, we are going to need to, well, we don't need to, but I would like to make the quarter views so that way I can have the character kind of rotate over. Just erasing all the parts because we're not going to reuse any of them. And the peg is going to be all over the place. Be gone. Okay. Shadow. Something to think about, because the shadow should more or less stay where it is. I didn't even think about how I changed the perspective, but with the 3/4 view. Well, that's okay, I'll just have to change where I put his feet. That first foot's okay. So it's okay where you're at? That's good. The star says Louisiana is hot during this month. Man, I bet you guys are like down in the south, but like the wet south. Like that's gotta be miserable when it gets miserable. Check these tools over here. Let's see, where do I want to put the line thickness? I guess down here would be good. No. Didn't like that. Probably didn't need to erase it, honestly, but I'm overestimating how thick that's going to be, actually. Yes, good. I love when lines don't meet. Just use the eraser. It's kind of funny because BBN originally taught me how to animate, and one of the big he taught me how to use Flash was the primary thing, and like one of the big no-nos was like never ever use the eraser because Flash is just so crash prone. soon as you use that eraser tool, you got a problem. Let me see. This up. It's getting colder in New York City. Yeah, see, I'm in the Midwest. So for me, like usually the summer is just like, oh god, crippling humidity. And this year was no exception, really. But it got cold out, like we got into August and then it just like cooled off. So last year, August was still a disaster in terms of let's see, this is not actually perspective. Man, to this day, guys, I gotta be honest, I still haven't done any like real perspective studies. I've gotten a lot better at understanding structures and kind of how they're supposed to look, but I still wing it on the perspective stuff, and it is such a it's kind of dumb, to be honest, because I would be a better artist if I really sat down and hammered that stuff out. But perspective is so much harder to wrap your mind around than even like body structure. I think nobody really likes to learn perspective. Use raster all the time. Do you work in Flash, Carbella, or do you do Toon Boom? Because for Toon Boom, it's fine, but I think that for Flash, I mean, you would just watch it crash. Like you would do the most minor thing. I remember once seeing a joke video that was like, today I will teach you how to use Flash, and he goes, we will start by getting out the pencil tool. And we will draw a line, and he draws a line, and like Flash just crashes. and that was pretty accurate, I felt, to the Flash experience, because you can't really like use it for anything without it crashing. And it was funny because Adobe was always raising prices, but never bettering the software. So you just dealt with it. Let's see. I think that'll be okay. I kind of want to make that look a little bigger, a little taller. Do the same with that side. Chuck says 2-point perspective has always been easier for him. That's rare. I don't hear that very often. Like usually, I very typically hear that perspective is much harder. It's probably all about what you practice. Like I feel like it's a lot of times it's like before you draw, you really should draw like 100 boxes and get used to drawing the boxes in proper perspective, because that's like core fundamentals. And I feel like very few people really like to sit down and do that, because it's just so... You know, you don't get to draw... Like, I'm ready to draw boobies now. wants what the small stuff this is. Dune says the game can look like garbage. I mean, I think you can say like, oh well, the game can look like garbage, and you might be correct, but it's certainly not like. I think the thing about building entertainment and stuff is that it's true that you can always kind of get away with like less, but it's not from willfully being like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna just throw away a huge chunk of my project and make it trashy. There's always stuff like, man, this was kind of bad, but people forgive it because the writing is really good or something's really good. So it's like you can't really predict where you're going to be able to sacrifice. So even though you can say like, yeah, people won't ding you too hard for having crappy art, you still have to put the love in, because you don't know like what are the limits they'll tolerate. Like if the art's like mediocre but the script is good enough to carry, then they like might forgive mediocre art, but would they forgive bad art? And that's where you get yourself. That's where you gotta make sure you don't. Let me see, where do I really want? You gotta put in that effort. You gotta care. Never ever phone it in. People will tell if you're phoning it in. That's the thing, is that people can tell if you're phoning it in. If you make an effort and you do badly, then people forgive. But if you like intentional, you're just like, this doesn't matter, people are gonna know. And they'll resent it. People are not dumb. Yeah, Penny says you got to be your first audience. If you can't pitch it to yourself, you can't pitch it to anybody else. And that's true. If you yourself would not bother to sit through it, why would anyone? Dune says, I've proven I'm good with scripts. Yeah. Scripts maybe. Video games are a whole multimedia thing, though, and that's part of the appeal of it, why I want to do it, but also that's going to be where it all goes wrong, because you got to get so many parts correct, and the more parts you have, the harder it is to actually do your stuff. You need to have character appeal, good writing. Honestly, the one-man band stuff is really difficult. Oh, speaking of, picked up a book just recently by an artist called named Moss Lawton, and let me see, how would I draw an eyeball like this? He's supposed to be like a googly eye. So are you gonna get that like convex shape since it's sticking off his? That's really stupid. That looks kind of correct. So which engine am I using? I'm using RPG Maker MZ for better or worse. And it's that one's almost it's a bit of a comedic project for how many flaws MZ really has. Like it's going to limit the scope, and we're going to get the project done. Like that's the big advantage of MZ, is that I don't think we're going to get in a situation where it's like, oh no, I can't get it done. You know what? I'm being an idiot with these eyes. I only have a single symbol for the eyes. And that's going to be a massive pain in the ass later on. I really should not do that. I have to go back and separate those into two separate eye drawings. Yeah, Doing Over on Twitch says that you can get really into MZ and do a lot of changes. And that is true, which actually we've already done. So if you guys happen to see yesterday, that was exactly one of the things that came up. Was I was like, look, I was kind of... We got the animations done for part of it, and then I was just like, yeah, oh, hold on, this isn't supposed to say this. And then we had to get like really into, we had to like get in the code and find where they'd written everything, because it's all pre-made already. So you get into like everything, and you're just like, oh, okay, where... Like, when do they define this? Like, when do they decide to call this, to draw it? Because this is not here. Where is it? So, yeah, one of the big disadvantages of it is that it's all kind of pre-made already, but you don't necessarily know what's made. And you find a lot of people online are not using it for like programming. They use it because they don't want to program, which makes sense. And so if you have like a problem with a program aspect, then you'll see a lot of people saying like, oh, download this plugin, and not like, oh, the code is here, you can go change it. Which makes it pretty difficult sometimes to find what you're looking for. So I always forget this brain. This freaking brain. So like block programming. It's JavaScript. Pony, no pony. I think it was Ruby originally. See, how do I want to draw this brain? I'll just be sloppy about it for one thing, but nah, it doesn't quite look right. Draw the lobes separately, that'll make it look more brain-like. There we go. There we go, that's more like a brain. Yeah, it was Ruby. It's JavaScript now. So it's still serviceable and everything, but for sure it's just that like, oh man, were you hoping to change something, and you got to go in and you got to look at like all the things that it's trying to do, and then erase some stuff. So for example, I changed a stat so that it was derived from your other stats, and it didn't really like that because it's programmed to look for like, oh, what did you plug in here, and it doesn't want like a calculation, it just wants a flat number. So I had to go in and find all the places where it was looking for the flat number, and then tell it to knock it off. Carbella says he's played around with Game Maker. Yeah, I thought about doing Game Maker, and the reason why I ultimately decided to just use RPG Maker is because the project that I really wanted to build isn't like overly sophisticated. The nice thing about Game Maker is that you can do some interesting mini games and creative stuff with that, and that's really nice. Like Undertale would not have been possible without Game Maker, because you couldn't have done an Undertale game in RPG Maker without tons of changes, like so many changes that it would completely defeat the purpose of bothering with it. Like you have to rewrite so much stuff. But all that stuff that Undertale does is very requires some custom programming in games and stuff like that. And so that's one thing I kind of wonder if maybe I would really like to have some of the more custom things for mini games, but I also don't have a lot of inspiration in my mind at the moment for what I would do for mini games. What would I do if I were gonna do it? Yeah, some people also suggested Godot. Yeah, it's not necessarily a big brain. He's got a the body's not that big. The artist who sent me the backgrounds for the battle stuff was asking me. He's like, "How big are they actually?" Because he was like, "Are they supposed to be giant?" I was like, because I think he'd seen the tiny sprite, which it was a little bit harder to make out actual details on it because it's a little 48 by 48 box. And I was like, "Oh no, they're maybe not even as tall as people, probably 4 feet, 4 feet tall, something like that. They're wider than the average person, but they're not very big." Yeah, VX is easier. It'll be easier to use, or MZ, RPG Maker MZ. VX is one of the older versions. It's easier to use, and it's actually it's lucky because it's just the point in the series where they brought back the side view battlers and then added what is it, the modes where you get to fight on a timer, the active battle system or whatever. So they didn't have that in MZ without a plugin, and that's important because the characters acting at different rates is really important. But I had to go in and gut the system to get that to cooperate with me, because by default they're still thinking in oh, this should take so many turns and this should take so many turns, and they weren't with me. They weren't with me on where I needed to be. But that's where you go in and you get the programs and you do your own thing. Definitely got some misshapen qualities here. that people find the lumpiness to be endearing and not upsetting. I mean, realistically, I probably could go back and flatten out the top just a little bit, but that'll be okay. Mouth should be a little bit wider. Brain robot looks cute. Thank you. He's trapped in his own existential horror. Oh, hold on. I didn't get the mouth peg squared away. Oop. He has no mouth and he must scream. Dan says, Dan over on Twitch says he's got a plan to draw characters with lines that don't actually meet each other. And it'll be fine. I like Vold says he's got a minigun. He'll make himself heard just fine. There will be no issues with volume. It's actually going to be one of the jokes. I like the silent protagonist thing. And the joke I'm going to have is that your voice box is screwed up. So it mostly just sounds like garbled and terrible. So everyone will be like, please keep your answers short, yes or no, preferable. And that'll be the reason why, for the most part, you only get to do yes or no questions as opposed to anything else. There we go, that's a little better. I'm thinking about maybe at some point turning it into an attack. Like you get like a sonic attack and it ignores armor or something like that. And that could be amusing. Let's see. Should I build a little lip on him? It is there, but like, would it be visible at this angle is the real question. Maybe just a little bit visible. Before it kind of vanishes underneath him. Just do a darker shade. Maybe I'm darken up the lines a little bit more. More black. Barely any color would be appropriate. Yeah, that does it. That'll do it. That'll do it. I really should go back and do 2 eyes. I really don't want to, but I really should. Roll this rig. This is the whole thing. The whole point of this is just to save time, and then I'm like, I don't know. I don't really want to save time. Far future of Toiletland, robots have forgotten the audacity art of suppressing undesirable sound. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back here. So, here's the trick. Basically, I got to get back in my old best practices. I'm kind of relearning them all as I go. All right, where are we? Clone drawings only. Yeah, let's go down like that. Boop. We'll put that there. And then a pupil. And we will clone the pupil. Boop. Okay, and that will go like over here. Needs to come forward. Need to add like an alpha channel. Actually, kind of like that as a blue. Where's my brush? So what is this? Don't animate. Do not. Am I off? Or is this always on? I don't know. Am I not getting a brush? Okay. What do I have? Oh, it just doesn't show up at all. Is there like a way? Ah, yes, that's it. I was like, I could have sworn there was a way to see invisible markings. All right. There we go, and the reason to have that is so that it doesn't dick around with me. Nearly as much. What kind of monster is he gonna be gunning down? He's gonna be gunning down all kinds of like lizard people, and I was imagining a horrible hybrid of man and urinal in one of the bathrooms. The lizard man is going to be a little lizard man on roller skates with a knife. A man made out of alkaline chemical, like a little blob guy was going to be like your first real villain. Robots. The first like act stage is going to be like bird people, but you're going to go into like a junkyard and fight like a tribe of cockroach people. So we got a couple of plans. You're also going to fight a giant caterpillar woman. Oh, whoops. I'm in the wrong thing. I thought I was making a new layer there. Mr. Blob has a whole family of blobs. Kinda. He has a bunch of blob friends. Basically, you're evicting them from a factory area. They're going to be in there protesting the unethical treatment of alkalines. And you'll be sent in to go clear them out. Okay, we don't need eyeballs on a place they don't belong. Good to do that. Invisible parts are better than not having the parts.
All alone?
Hello, I'm all alone at the moment. Until just now.
You're a popular guy.
You know, that's the thing about just streaming in chat. So I won't be alone forever. Yeah. How's it going, AP?
I woke up way too late, and I gotta do some commissions if I want to, eat this week.
Oh yeah. What kind of commissions you got though?
Just like simple stuff. People want like their D&D character done, or people want like a cartoon version of themselves or stuff like that. Really like DeviantArt kind of. Like I say DeviantArt because that's where I'm getting most of my commissions.
Oh, that's well, I'll say kind of a
Whatever you're gonna say is probably right.
yeah, a surprise since I assumed that DeviantArt was dead and no longer dead and no more. Okay,
There's a lot of people who keep saying that because they just don't like it because it's old, but it's still, and I don't say this to like DeviantArt's benefit, I say this to everyone else's freaking incompetence. It's still the only gallery site, and it's the only one that like pays attention to like what you want to see in your feed, and it's the only one where you can actually like choose what to look at. Unlike fucking Twitter, I mean, forgetting about the stuff that's happened with Elon Musk, right? Like Twitter gives you one long stream of unending nothing, and you don't get to organize any of it. So like, people can say what they want, but people still keep using it because it's the only. I don't want to say good. It's the only competent one around.
The only one that still gives you any control of what you see. Yeah.
Yeah.
So much
I would say
profitable.
Newgrounds is good, but Newgrounds just does not promote anything, right? Like people are either already watching you or they don't know about you.
Well, I mean, they've got their system for like the blam, the should this be blammed or should this be spared? And that gets you some stuff. That gets you some notice because I mean, like at least people have to see it to be like this is garbage. It's YouTube doesn't even have that really if you think about it. Like YouTube probably should have that. Think of how much less YouTube content there would be if they gave everybody the option to just be like, this is awful.
I mean, I hope that's what we're allowed to do. Every time it keeps recommending stuff, I keep saying dislike, don't recommend this channel.
Don't
I hope
do
you're not
this.
doing nothing.
I mean, I'm often led to believe that it is genuinely doing nothing.
Oh man.
Yeah, like as far as it goes, lots of people always say that like they'll say don't recommend this, and then it just does it anyway. Because it's kind of not really about what you want to see. It's a little bit more about what's making YouTube their monies. The thing that kills me about YouTube still, I mean literally that's like actually genuinely killing me and it has been for a while, is as just the subscriber functions don't work anymore. Like which is so frustrating since you kind of can't be fat. Like people will be like, okay, here I'm subscribed, and then it just doesn't notify anyone when you make new things. Because it's like, well, people don't really want to see it anyway. Or at the very least,
Yeah,
like we
why
find
are people even and subscribe to this, right? No one wants to see it.
Yeah, what's the point? Like, we notified them of this and they didn't click it, and so we're done. I think we're done. I think we can call it. It's like, but... Like, listen, how do I know? I can't just make things they like all the time. I gotta branch out and make stuff they hate on occasion. Otherwise, how am I gonna know if they hate it?
Wait, what? YouTube, what are you doing?
Just stop. I mean, that's just
YouTube
part of that's
does
just...
indeed bring up stuff that I hate, and I cannot, no matter what I do, control. I'm afraid to use the actual search function in YouTube because I will always see if I scroll any more than like 20 down, like gross medical stuff I don't want to be looking at.
I mean, what if you have one of those gross medical problems though? See, then you'll wish that you had stopped and let it show you the gross medical things, because oh man.
No, it's it's like tapeworms or like parasites or something really awful. Truly revolting.
Okay, all right, I can get you. Well, you might have tapeworms. You don't know.
Yeah, you mean the algorithm has figured out my needs before I figured them out?
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. It's part of the. That's why we have it. You should talk to your doctor. And they'd be like, what's the concern? I'd be like, YouTube is concerned I have tapeworms. And now I'm concerned I have tapeworms. Have you heard about that? Where the algorithms sometimes do figure out like somebody is gay before they really admit to themselves that they are?
Yeah, one of my friends, people started congratulating them that she was pregnant before she told anyone, because the algorithm was saw that she was looking for baby stuff because she got it, and then immediately contacted her. Immediately started sharing stuff like, "This would be a good gift for anyone pregnant that you know."
For example, this person. Yeah.
All right. Someone's saying that they like Newgrounds for undercover content. I don't. Well, undercover content? You mean spies?
Is that a series, or do you just mean you mean like underground content? Like, is there a series called Undercover Content?
Don't know. Because we have to wait for them to reply.
Okay. Because I mean, I could get on
the YouTube chat. Oh, like nobody's heard of it? I mean, that's not good. You want content to be shared around.
Well, it's not good for the for the underground content, but I sometimes they get big just by sharing on YouTube. I'm pretty sure that Bridge Kids, for example, I don't know if you've seen that.
Nope.
Bridge Kids has been one that's been shared recently, but that's been on Newgrounds consistently. And I'm not sure about this, but I have to wonder, like, I'm not sure that YouTube provides any kind of promotion to things that are original, really? So being underground on Newgrounds for a while might be a really good idea for getting your content found, just for the fact that like YouTube wants to take away Newgrounds viewership, right? But it doesn't want to just take anything away. It wants to take away the really good stuff. And so Bridge Kids have been around for a while. I want to say like years. And only just recently it started to be promoted on YouTube. I think because thanks to its regularity, and the fact that the jokes are pretty good. Like, it's very dialogue heavy. I kind of enjoyed it once I found it.
Well, who would have thought? A dialogue heavy animation. I mean, next thing you'll know, they'll just have like some, I don't know, like 2 My Little Pony characters on a static screen as their mouths only open and they talk about stuff.
Like, that's only because... I mean, look, it's expensive. Animation is expensive, okay? And we can't...
It's too long.
It also takes a long time, yeah. You put in all the effort and... so much work, and then you get it on there, and YouTube's like, I don't know, this is worth about a PewDiePie, not even a PewDiePie. This is worth about a something. But my legs definitely get skinnier as you turn. Oh well. Yeah, advertising on Newgrounds works when you're starting out. I feel like it works when... but honestly, I think you may as well just do it and keep doing it. Because, like, what's the worst that could happen? Like, you stay popular on Newgrounds. And, like, what? You know? Whereas with YouTube, you kind of just, like... I don't know. Like, growth is so out of your control and so not what they want for you. And then... if you grow, it's like great, but I don't know. I'll look at channels that finally are getting views, and they'll have been making content for years before something finally kicks in. Yeah.
And meanwhile, there is the occasional lucky duck who like will only do like one failure and then kind of like learn a couple mistakes and then just hit it off with something.
Yeah, but those people are super lucky.
Yeah. One of the YouTube channels I watch, a guy who does he does mostly Dungeons and Dragons content, and he does Dungeons and Dragons animation content. But he had one video where he was,
is it Z?
Yeah. Did you see his video where he was talking about how his thoughts on popularity, where he talked about his dad was a musician and then his dad had saying, like
that was kind of a beautiful video.
Yeah. I wonder how many people can relate to it, because most people aren't artists. I mean, anyone who makes anything can. But yeah, that video has definitely stuck with me more than his D&D stuff.
I mean, that was just a very heartfelt, like personal piece of work that he made. It was a good video. Yes, as someone also making art, that it resonated with me quite a lot too. Just like, man. Like true.
And in my brain, I just keep hearing like, this is a small lottery. Oh, that's the big lottery. I don't want to play in that.
Yeah, well, the big lottery is very hard to win. I don't know. That's also the other thing too. Is I'm kind of looking at this game project, and like I'm going to do more D&D podcast stuff. And at this point, I'm really no longer thinking about like, well, how am I going to succeed on YouTube? Because it doesn't really feel like the possibility exists. It is kind of like, well, how am I going to win the lottery? And the other thing that really throws me about YouTube is you do see the big lottery winners, and they're not always people. They're not always people you want to be.
Yeah,
you're like,
or they're good or sustainable, or their content's not sustainable and they try to make it sustainable.
Yeah, and it gets little weird, or it falls apart pretty quick. Oh, dang it! I'm gonna draw all this on the under layer instead of the line layer.
Why don't you be a professional about like me and never make that mistake?
Just never ever draw on the wrong layer.
Never draw on the wrong layer.
Rookies.
Never have to realize you're completely drawn in the wrong node and have to copy and paste stuff.
Thank goodness my work is done. Oh no. Yeah, the thing about Z though that gets me is he's so quick on the content that he makes for what it is, and I gotta wonder how he manages the output level. Like, how much time does he spend working?
He makes a lot of mistakes and just doesn't care. I'm very envious of him.
His ability to just power through.
Sorry, loud bikes going by. What'd you say?
Oh, sorry. I was just kind of... You were like, I'm very envious of him, and I was like, oh, his ability to just power through, like, this doesn't work. Oh, well.
Yeah. Like, a lot of his stuff breaks, and he just goes along because, like, Yeah, but like, let's not worry about making it look good. Let's worry about it hitting the right vibe. And I don't know. I should do that myself. I feel like I'm a perfectionist in a lot of things I do.
Well, yeah, you get into that, and there's that law of diminishing returns. Remember Pederup? One of the things that happened with Rainbow Dash Presents was that Pederup kind of wanted to keep pushing the envelope and make it look better and better, and then it was just like, oh no, this is getting really expensive to make, because he kept improving the art and working harder on making it look better. But like, it was noticeable. I mean, like, his improvements were noticeable, but the better he got at it, the harder it was to get something else out there, because it just took longer and longer and longer. He's good about it now.
Listening, take this advice: don't improve. Stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane. Never get better. Be happy with mediocrity. No, he's been a professional artist for a long time now, and so he's actually doing stuff. I don't know if you've seen it, but he's doing stuff for like a municipality. So he's like, don't let your oxygen tank explode. That's bad, and that type of thing. But I mean, like, it's still his art style. It's still like his very, very eye-catching, very, very expressive art style, which is honestly a really good thing for something like a PSA, where you're trying to get people to be wary of the explosive properties of their oxygen tank. You're just like, hey, look over here for like a second. Please do not let this blow up. But that's what he's doing now. Is it's just, kind of more standard commercial types of work. Yeah. Carbella says he saw a music video. Yeah, Pederup did a music video called Cumberland.
Okay, hold up. How do you say that user's name? Carabella?
Carabella. I don't know if that's how he originally pronounced it, but that's what we've been calling him.
I've just been eyeing it for the last like minute, going like, how do I approach this name?
Yeah, Carabella is also an animator. He's in the channel with us. He's plays Song of Ice and Fire with us.
Oh.
Yeah. There's a... Too lazy to go into voice chat. They'll just talk to us through chat text.
And Curly Steppers said, "Oh, you're still working on the game, so I think you should give a spiel about like, yep, the game is still a thing."
That's right, the game is still happening. I joked about this yesterday, where I was just like, yeah, I feel like it kind of sucks when somebody announces a project that people get excited for. Like, I'm making a game, and I did a whole video about it. And it's very common to then have those projects get dropped for various logistical reasons. But I announced I was making a game because I really wanted to make one, and then when I was talking about like, oh yeah, gonna have time again, got to figure out what I should do. I think it was Vold who was just like, you could go back to your game, and I think he was joking, but I was like, I did really want to make a video game, so this is what we're doing with our return to our return to actual time.
Okay, maybe asking someone as they make a video game this question is not the best question to ask, but if you could make a video game where time, money, effort, and energy just weren't a thing, right? Like, Greg, the sky's the limit. What kind of game would you really want to do?
Honestly, an RPG. Like, that's why I'm doing one. I really like RPGs. I really liked them as a kid. The only I've been thinking about this. The only thing that really bothers me is if I make this and I've got like a bunch of whimsical elements. I really dislike how everybody compares everything to Earthbound, because Undertale was heavily inspired by Earthbound because Toby really liked Earthbound.
I mean, I super agree. I'm right. Like Earthbound and Chrono Trigger might be the only old school RPGs I not only stomached but finished, because I just do not like, people talk about old classic RPGs and I find most of them just unplayable.
Well, I never finished Earthbound is the thing. So people are like, yeah, Earthbound inspired. I'll be like, I never finished it. Yeah, not that I blame anyone for enjoying it. Like, the friend who introduced it to me loved it. Loved the heck out of it. But I just never really got to the end of it. And I don't know why I never did. But I was more about, like, I really liked Chrono Trigger. Later on, I really liked Wild Arms. Like, I really liked Wild Arms 3. There was a game called Shadow Hearts that I really liked. I enjoyed specific Final Fantasy games. I didn't really like 9 or... I even wasn't that big on 7, to be honest. Everybody really liked Final Fantasy 7.
I didn't think 7 was great. People kept talking about what a wonderful story it was, and I thought it was trite even when I was a teenager, and Eris dying wasn't an impact on me. Like, people kept saying that, like... But I think they were more surprised that they couldn't believe that they actually killed off a main character you were playing, not that the story actually had any emotional investment in there. And the turn-based RPG sucked.
I mean, that's an especially sharp assessment of it. I just think it was a little overrated. Like, not that it was bad or anything. Like, it was still fun, and it does resonate. But one of the things that I think probably made the game less impactful for me was that it gives you the option to choose how you interact with the girls. And I was so mean to them because I was like, oh, I see what you're doing. You're supposed to be a love interest. Well, guess what? You have cooties and I hate you. And so they gave you the option to be childish to them like that throughout. And I was so childish towards them. I was just like a mean little boy who like refused to say ever do anything kind towards them ever. Be like, oh no, Eris has been stabbed, and I was like, well, that's bad, but like, really, her life was nothing but abuse until she died, which is a little bit sadder. I picked on her so relentlessly, and I was worse towards Tifa. Because she had, like, she came out now, like, she was like, oh, I see these giant boobies. What do you think? That I don't know what's going on? Game? You don't think that I realize that she's going to be the main love interest? Well, guess what? These characters have no chemistry. Every time she's on screen, I'm going to be asking her obnoxious questions. So yeah, I was just incredibly petty towards the female characters in that game, mostly just because it gave you the option, and I knew it was going to try to make them be love interests, and I thought it was really funny to just refuse and spite the people that the game assigned me to. And I was so mean to them that I actually wound up with Barrett as my date partner, and it was funny because my friend didn't even know you could do that at the time. But if you're mean enough, if you're consistently mean enough to all the girls...
He was stabbed, and now I have more time to eat dirt with the boys. Oh my god, I'm going to tell someone that. Oh, it's hilarious.
But yeah, like, it was he had no idea that you could originally date... that you could actually date Barrett. And of course I didn't know either. I was just being as mean to the girls as I could possibly be. Just because, like, the game clearly wanted me to find a girl to be like, pick your girl, pick your favorite girl, and I was like, what if I'm mean to all of them? What if I'm never nice to anybody? And the game was like, don't worry, we got you. And that was one thing that I really appreciated about it, though, was that they were like, we did give you the option to be absolutely petty and mean towards all the girls. So here's your reward for that. You get to hang out with Barrett on the whatever it is, the thing. So I mean, I don't know. Like, you could at least say that you could be like, well, it was a little overrated, but it was still lovingly put together, and it was still a good video game. It's just that I think that people read a lot. They read a ton into it, and there's almost a cult around it to a certain extent. And that's really my complaint about it, is that I think it was a good game, and it does certainly deserve praise, but probably not the level of praise that my generation gave it. Like,
how old were you when you played it? Because I know I'm older than you, but I don't know how much. I was in like first couple years of high school. Keeping in mind that Canada doesn't differentiate between middle school and high school, so I don't actually know where that places it.
I was 16 when I played it because I didn't play it when it came out. I was like my friend played it when he was like pretty young, like before high school. And then he was like, you got to play this game. It's one of the Final Fantasy classics. And I was like, oh, okay. So I gave it a shot, and he lent it to me. And he also, I mean, I was probably also encouraged to play it that way because he thought it was really funny how mean I was being to the female characters. I was like, she's the love interest. I know it. And he's like, I mean, you're not wrong. I wouldn't have gone out of my way to like torture her or anything, but yes, she is the love interest. And I'm like, all right, well, she knows what she's signing on for then.
Yeah, I just kind of think that a lot of Final Fantasy is like, I mean, I didn't really think too much of 7, but barring that, everyone else did, and then it seems like no one has had many good words to say about a lot of the Final Fantasy games that have come out since then. And it reminds me a lot of like the Sonic fandom, where everyone's going like, "Remember the good ones?"
Yeah, I remember the good ones. Yeah, I think 10 was really the last time that they had a good.
Oh, 10! That was the other one I played. I gave 10. I still didn't beat it, but I gave 10 a lot of my attention because the art style it just looked great.
Yeah, the art for 10 was good, and yeah, 10 was all around good. A lot of people dislike Titus, and I feel like that's understandable because he was such a.
Oh, Titus. Sorry, wrong one. What was the one where your main character was the monkey guy and everything was very cartoony looking?
Oh, yeah.
Is that 9?
That might be 9. 8 was Squall.
Yeah, not Squall. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking of Final Fantasy 9. Right, 10 was the one with the water ball.
Yeah, water ball. I'm an expert water baller.
Yeah, boy, oh boy. I never beat that game. I mean, I barely played it. And I don't know what's going on in that game. Anytime people talk about it, there are so many opinions of what even the plot was, to the point where I question if, like, maybe they did that Monty Python thing where, like, half the games that they sent out were this game, and the other half the games were this game, and everyone's just arguing about it now.
Are you sure? I feel like people are generally pretty consistent about what the water ball one was about. It was about water ball. Well, it was actually about. I mean, like, it was about Sin, not like Sin, but Sin the creature.
Yeah, Sin the creature. There was a lot of. I remember there being a lot of thing about talking about who the guy in the red was, because he was like Titus's dad or Titus's dad's friend, right?
Oh, Aaron? Yeah.
And
there was debate about Aaron?
I remember sitting through so many arguments with my friends about, like, Titus isn't even real. No, Titus made himself real. No, Titus was always real in the first place.
I guess if you kept up with the later stuff that was released, you could definitely have arguments like that. Because to start with, it was Titus was a dream. He was a dream person, and when that was revealed to him, it was kind of like, oh, okay. And they were like, yeah, at the end of this journey, you will be no more. So that was like that was a very important plot thing. And people did kind of debate about what did that really mean for Titus? Like, is he dead? Is he gone? Is his story over with? And originally, I mean, like, it could have been up for debate, but I think it was pretty clear that once you killed once you destroyed the dream guy was going to be gone. But then they did like a comic, and like he came back. Or before that, they did a sequel. They did Final Fantasy X too. And
Yeah,
like
with the girls, right?
Yeah, with the girls. And one of the big payoffs was Titus comes back. Like if you 100% completion the game, Titus returns.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I had a friend who was obsessed with that, but he was obsessed with it for the girls.
For the girls.
And everyone else I knew just like, I'm not playing I like, we're like, I like girls, but like I'm not playing a game that's just nothing but cheesecake. No thanks. I don't know many people who played 10-2.
I played it. It was. I mean, the feeling that I got was that they were like, "Oh man, look at all these assets we can reuse." Because I mean, like they didn't have to design very many new things. They just kind of like, you know.
Well, maybe it's like Majora's Mask. I love Majora's Mask, but a lot of people hate it because it was just reused stuff from Ocarina of Time, right?
Well, at least it would have been a new story, though, right? I thought a lot of people liked Majora's Mask.
It went by a superior story. It went into depth about a lot of things. I thought it was a truly amazing game with a unique game mechanic. Other people did not.
Other people disagree.
Because I remember I almost beat Ocarina of Time, but I already watched my brother beat it. So when I got to the end, I just kind of went, yeah, I know how this goes, and just stopped. And I have a tendency to never like replay or rewatch anything. I still remember how it goes. Like if I still remember the plot of a game, I can't replay it. Generally, but like when I finished Majora's Mask, I played it again like the next year because it's like, oh man, it's so freaking good.
I never played Majora's Mask. I never really got into the. I haven't played Breath of the Wild yet either. Never really got into the Zelda stuff.
I don't want to be Captain Negative, but like, I don't own a Switch, so when I was taking care of my friend's house last week, no, 2 weeks ago, I sat down in his Switch and played Breath of the Wild, and I beat the 4 bosses that are leading up to Ganon before I was just kind of like, this game makes me like waste a lot of time. Like, I'm kind of sick of just trekking across this giant open world, and I guess that's supposed to be the appeal. But I'm like, I think I really want to fast travel or a jet because I'm sick of riding through a field trying to get to a place just so I can get fruit to then I just make a healing potion so I can then fight that one dungeon. Ooh.
In the new game, I hear that that's actually one of the things that people do a lot is work on getting shoot like faster travel options really fast.
Mm-hmm.
To the point of almost being a little bit comical. Like I think you can make they call it like a motorcycle or something.
I mean, you just get a motorcycle, don't you?
Do you see? I don't know. I didn't play them. I'm just like this is all secondhand to me. Joe says that Breath of the Wild had fast travel shrines, so perhaps you would have been better off if you had known.
I did know about the fast travel shrines, but Nintendo was trying to be, because fast travel is a big complaint in the game, right? In the gaming community, right? Like, it takes away from you traversing this huge, massive world. And I think after playing Breath of the Wild this month, I came down on like, okay, but we needed more travel points because like one would get you to like a whole region, but then if that spot you wanted to go was like on the far north end and the teleport tower was in the south end, you just still had a lot of time to walk. And the new one has jets. Oh, good.
Yeah, so there you go. It's all fixed. All better. All better. Use the restroom again. I like to have 3 cups of coffee in the morning. It's going to be one of these things later on. The doctor's going to be like, you shouldn't have done that every day.
Hey, Greg, your pupils are 2 different sizes and fluctuating between each other. You okay? Coffee. Oh, Mumbo asked, do you keep up with 4chan Cup? I don't know what that is. I mean, I know what 4chan is, but Greg, you still there? Did I get disconnected? Oh, I didn't realize him talking about coffee meant he was actually just going. uh,
Okay.
I didn't realize you actually left. I thought you were just talking about coffee.
Oh, no. I gotta go use the restroom. Yeah, I got like 3 cups of coffee, so my morning is like, I gotta go pee a couple of times, and then once that's all done, it's back to business. How is the 4chan Cup doing right now, Mumbo? Should I cut the sound? Was it audible? Because I would have to cut the sound on like 3 separate things, which is kind of a pain. Almost got that 3rd star. I really did enjoy how the MLP kept winning the cups, even though they were like the least popular board. Everyone was so mad. Like, good.
Sorry, what is the 4chan Cup? Is this like one of the popular cartoon characters competing against each other or something?
No, what this is 4chan has these soccer tournaments that...
Soccer.
Yeah. And yes.
Go on. I
sorry,
really don't
sorry.
understand.
So they have these automated soccer players that will run around and play soccer, and looks like his feet aren't very flat. Anyway, so they're like automated soccer players that'll run around. They're playing soccer, and the gist of it is that they're supposed to represent different boards on 4chan.
Oh, like the TG guys, table gamer guys. What TG stand for again?
Yeah,
versus the
traditional
Detard
games.
versus Health.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome, actually.
It is pretty great, and one of the things that was really fun about it was that for the My Little Pony team kept winning early on, so they were doing really well.
Right.
They were pretty dominant.
It was so big they took it out of cartoons and gave it its own board, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, they had to because Moot was like, of all the things that were really pressing regarding moderation on 4chan, it wasn't like it wasn't like neo-Nazis taking over Pol or anything like that. He was upset that people really liked My Little Pony, so he devoted all of his personal resources to fighting the My Little Pony scourge, and then lost, more or less, but didn't want to admit that he'd lost, so he just created another board and then kind of was like, there, all of you have to stay there, and if you leave, I'm gonna get you. And that's the story of how we got MLP.
Was he, like, telling people to stop talking about ponies?
Yeah.
Weird.
They were like, it's not cool, it's making some people very angry, and so they tried to crack down on it. I think that they misread the tea leaves a little bit, what they thought that they were looking at, because it used to be that they were like, oh, you cannot post furries. And I think that they just interpreted it as being another kind of like furry movement, because there was overlap, there still is overlap there, but they were just like, oh, this is furries, and they thought that if they came down on it that the website was going to be like super on their team. But broadly speaking, it wasn't, and it just was a losing battle for him.
I can't imagine Moot, the guy who ran 4chan, was getting annoyed with anything, right? If you make 4chan, I imagine your tolerance is it's very short.
Well, you have to think, Moot was kind of not present for a lot of the growth of 4chan, and that was part of how it grew. He kind of wanted to come in and take credit for everything afterward, but ultimately, I feel like a lot of 4chan's development occurred in spite of Moot rather than because of him or thanks to him. So he wasn't at some point he realized that, like, oh, I should be making money on 4chan or from 4chan. And he kind of wanted to be like the Mark Zuckerberg figure of 4chan. And he was grappling with the fact that, like, he had no real control over anything. Because, I mean, that's one of the things, like, Facebook, all the social media was very controlling, very much like selling your data and everything. But 4chan was just 4chan. It really wasn't able to enforce itself as like, okay, I own you or anything like that, because it really that was kind of antithetical to what made 4chan popular with anybody. So he never really got it under control, but not from lack of trying. He very much.
Really? Did he try to monetize people somehow?
Well, he had schemes and everything, but really what he wound up trying to do is he was trying to kind of control the culture of the website a lot, for better or worse. Usually for worse. He honestly just did not know what was going on most boards. So he would have moderators come in and they would change the rules and expectations somewhat of what people were supposed to be posting and everything. But ultimately, it kind of just led to a lot of the really fun board culture getting eradicated, in my opinion. Because you just had somebody from the outside coming in and being like, okay, from now on, we're not going to post about this or that anymore. We're going to follow these rules, and there would always just be things that were really out of touch with what everyone was doing.
Rules. I legitimately have thought for years that the only rules on 4chan was no kiddie porn. Beyond that, good luck.
Oh, you haven't been there recently, then.
I never really hung around.
No, well, that was the thing, is that for a long time, I mean, that was kind of more true on B, but for a long time, there really wasn't much moderation. No one was really paying attention to anything that was going on 4chan, and that was how it got really popular, was because it was just like, it's a popular image board where no one is watching or supervising. Like, we're completely unsupervised. And people would just run wild with that. You know.
That is the reason why I stayed away from it.
Yeah, well, some boards were better than others. So, like, I used to be on TG a lot. And TG was very self-moderating because, I mean, it was all about that sort of geek culture back when geek culture was still very insular. So it was, like, easy to spot if someone like wasn't really there for the geek culture. It was pretty easy to tell because you'd just be like, what do you think about Warhammer? And they no opinion or whatever. And everybody just wanted to talk about their nerd stuff, and everyone kind of was on. It was just like very, very nerdy. So I thought it was a lot of fun to be on TG, and it was going great until like, I don't know, around close to the 2010s. Moot started talking about, like, well, I'm gonna take over and I'm gonna like get everybody to talk about things that are more on topic and whatever. And so they started moderating, and then once they started moderating, they kind of killed a lot of the culture for TG, and it became less about nerd stuff and just more about let's talk about the rule book. And it's very boring now. Like, if you go on TG, they're really not very many exciting discussions because there's very little creative discussion.
Huh.
And it's still, like, tolerable. It's not very good.
That's a shame.
Yeah. I spend less time on 4chan these days than I used to.
Because it's tolerable, or maybe because you have an actual family?
Well, because it's dull. Like, you'll go on there and it's the same conversations every single day. I mean, like, they're still talking about the Legend of Korra as though it were, like, airing today. Like, they're still talking, like, what do you like about Korra? What do you dislike about Korra? It's like, Korra's dead. Korra's over with. And for a little while, that's kind of fun because you can still, I mean, like, everybody still knows about it and everything. But I think that part of what's going on is that, like, there are less things being produced now. Like, the internet is smaller and there's fewer shows. Like, Cartoon Network, didn't Cartoon Network, like, shut down recently?
No, Cartoon Network didn't shut down.
They just closed their offices.
I mean, definitely in my world, like, production has gone down because since that writer's strike, Canada is still, like, a desert land for, like, animation work. And that means it's still a desert land for American desert work because America doesn't do its own media these days, and they haven't for decades, right?
Gotta outsource. I thought Vancouver was supposed to be really good for animation. Is even Vancouver kind of a wasteland now?
Yeah, even Vancouver's a wasteland, but Vancouver is always, even during the good decades, Vancouver is always a huge hill and valley kind of thing. So when there's work, and a lot of good work, and a lot of people make their name by working on Vancouver. But that only lasts like 2 or 3 years, and then goes into a year of like nothing at all. And that's during good times, right? And then it'll kick back up again. So it has these huge waves and valleys. So people were always immigrating in and out of Vancouver. And if you made your name in Vancouver, then the next step to do was get the hell out of Canada and start working on the production side in the States.
I see. Yeah, see, the actual industry is always just sounds so stressful all the time.
Yes.
Like, man, when does it become cool to work in the industry? That's got to be the thing. That gets me.
I don't know. I think what Rebecca Sugar did with Steven Universe, and I say this with a small sneer, like, what Vizzy-Pop's doing with Has Been Hotel.
Oh, that's all cool. Yeah, I mean, but that's like, Vivzy is somewhat independent in the first place, though. Oops. What am I doing?
Peel Man. Oh my god, it's done somewhere. Holy shit.
Can't believe it. It's posted on his own channel. I mean, I could joke about that, but honestly, I've been less active lately. We're doing stuff again. Oh, I guess you weren't here for the talk about it yesterday, but we are planning on doing more. Repealman, that is. We are planning on doing more of the Where Are We stuff. There is a shelf life on it. We don't plan to do that like indefinitely. We're bringing it back because we enjoy the characters and miss the characters and everything. But the next one should be Rainbow Dash and Applejack having an argument about whether or not they're dating, and that's the plan. And then after that, we're going to do Kitty Mark Crusaders. And we were gonna do one about not Cadence, Flurry Heart, the daughter of the so and so's. Yeah, Carbella's right. I feel like a lot of online discussion has moved over into Discords, and
Hate it.
it's good. Yeah, it's good if you're in a good Discord group, but it's like you're not. It's certainly a lot harder to find things even now, though, just because, like, if it's like, I gotta join a Discord group to find good content, that's tough. It's a little bit of a hurdle. Like 4chan used to be a nice deal because you'd just like be on 4chan and people would be like, check out this cool new thing, and it would be cool. But
so
I
have
don't
a
know.
theory on that, which the theory I've been working on. I don't know. That maybe makes me sound like an idiot, but like I keep kind of noticing, and like Netflix is like my major touchstone I keep thinking of, but like 4chan is this too, and a lot of the Discords, like people keep there keeps being like one person who comes up and makes the thing, and everyone gets on the thing, whatever it is, right? But then when that thing gets popular, people start trying to make splinter versions of it, saying like, oh, I want it more tailored my way, or I want to do that exact thing, but I want it my way, right? With like the streaming stuff, it's, everyone's shattering into the many different stream stuff, and now everyone's like gone to the four winds. And same with like 4chan and everyone else's discussion board, and especially with Discord and everything, right? Like, pick a topic. There's 100 different Discords for any topic you want, and finding a good server that's active is hard.
Yeah, we were talking about Z earlier, and I actually went on to Z's Discord for a little while, and Z doesn't post there really, and the guys that are in there are like just some hardcore, like very typical D&D players, like just like let me see, do we know anything else? Do we play anything else? And like maybe they kind of do, but only a little. The opinions are all very like dyed in the wool. So I was kind of in there for a little bit, and then I was just like, this is sort of tiresome. and then I left his Discord because it was just like, I don't know. I've never been much of a D&D player. I don't really like the D&D system. I mean, I don't know if this is evident or not to anyone, but
I mean, we've played games, right? I also just I find when people say they want to do D&D and they talk about all the things they want to do in D&D, I find that's just not true. I find most of it is you're sitting there waiting for hit points of something even not impressive. Like, you're not even a big fight. You're just up against like maybe a knight and a couple goblins, and that's like a third of your night, just waiting for numbers to go down.
Yeah, I mean, you do get kind of trapped into long, drawn-out combats sometimes, and I don't really like that personally. I always like the more narrative stuff.
Right now, I'm playing. I'm running a D&D is honestly for gamers who love numbers and rules. Yeah, Mumbo, like sort of. I mean, that's also a good point. Kind of like Magic the Gathering as well. I mean, D&D and Magic the Gathering are so close on their DNA, and some of that has been good for the role playing world. Like third edition really introduced make your system have keywords and highlight them by italicizing them and stuff. That was one of the best things all RPGs have benefited from, right? Like when you're playing any game, people will say your schmooby points, and it's like schmooby points. I see it's italicized. This is a thing.
This is an important thing. The schmoobies.
Ew. Carabella says they find that on Discord that they keep getting PM'd saying, "Come to our secret Discord where all the cool people are."
You know what? I think the best Discords are the ones that aren't secret, because the best Discords are the ones with the firm culture where you come in and immediately get hazed at the door. It's my opinion. That's why we immediately haze you when you walk in. Speaking of, I guess I could post the another Discord links. We used to do this all the time. We used to get a lot of audio, a lot of growth in our Discord from this. Hang on a second, let me get a place to stop scratching away at this robot. I'll post a Discord link. Be warned, we will haze you at the door. That's the joke.
Jade, yeah. So I'm running a I'm running a Blades in the Dark game right now, and I love that so much better because it does d6s, and it just kind of like when you roll for anything, it's like, what scene are you doing? This is your roll for the whole scene, so you don't have to go like, okay, I try to hop the fence and I try to climb the wall. It's like, are you breaking into this place? Roll. You got a 6. You break into the place. What do you want to do next, kind of thing. And I find there's still like pass and fail with random dice, but also we get to the point and don't deal with something like, my climb skill is 3. Does anyone have a bonus for me?
Yeah, bonus seeking is kind of a pain in the butt.
Bonus seeking. What a good phrase. I'm going to use that. That is a good phrase.
I mean, it's really common with D&D because since it's a D20 system and it's all flat distribution, you know, a +1 is a really big deal, and there's no other way usually to acquire anything. Like, you don't level up very often. So, like, you either have a +1 or you don't a lot of times, and, like, I just think it's very encouraged to seek bonuses wherever you can get them. I like the hero system so much, partly because it's...
No, you like the hero system. It's
my favorite
I don't think
system.
the hero system's a bad system, but I don't know why you love it so much.
Look, you know, you're too worried about the crunch. It's a lot of people, that's one of the first things that people look at with that, and they're just like, oh my god, there's like 2 pages of rules and, you know, all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, I like, okay, look, listen, I get that. It's too many rules. It's a lot to read. But here's the thing. Once you get going, you kind of just don't worry about any of that stuff. You actually don't need most of the rules that are listed. They're just very handy for resolving things if you really want to resolve them in as unbiased of a way as possible. But what I like about it is that it just puts very clear definition on what characters can and cannot do, and then you can really work from that point forward. And I think that's I don't know, I really like that, because it's like, okay, we legitimately barely use most of the rules that they offer, and instead we just know, like, okay, I can mind control someone, or I can do this, or I can do that, and it's very clear that, you know, you can do this. And so what I like about it is the same thing where you talk about, where instead of like lots of like, okay, I seek this bonus or I seek that, you get a lot more into like, okay, you can be invisible. Like, you just are invisible, and we don't really have to roll for it or like do any kind of tests for it. We just know you're invisible. You pretty much can't be seen. Like, the average person is never going to catch you.
my friend who's a indie game designer and has maybe 3 or 4 games under his belt right now. He calls that narrative permission, which I think is a word that's very helpful. You have to think about what it means at first, I feel like. But narrative permission is like, yes, that's what I want in games more. I don't want bonuses. I want narrative permissions.
Yeah, like you just have the ability to do stuff, and there you go. You're off to the races. Yeah, that's what I like about the hero system. Is it gives you narrative permission to just say like, okay, this is what I can do, and I'm going to do it. And it does save us so much time to play like that too, because it's just like I pick the lock, and it's like, do you have the lock picking skill? Yes. Okay, you pick the lock. You're like, I as the GM, I don't disagree. You successfully do it.
Sorry, for some reason the way you phrased that reminded me of this one skill in Blades in the Dark. You're all playing thieves, but like the thiefiest thief class in that game has the one power that's like it's called like take action, and its ability says when you say you do something, you do it, right? Like it's basically a power to say the DM doesn't go no, hold on. First, what happens is like the power in the book is like no, I do what I say I do. It happens now.
Yeah, it happens. I'm done.
Which isn't the most useful power, and sometimes is quite disruptive.
Well, the thing about narrative permission is that it needs to be rational. That's the other thing is the hero system. Because the crunch is so heavy, it does wind up being that the permission you get is very rational. It's like, okay, so like clearly you can do this and you will do this. So it's a lot better in that regard. Like, I don't know, everybody just knows where they are with it. Like, it's the play options are fairly clear. And the other thing too that I really like about it is that with bonuses and everything like that, it's really obvious where you get them from. It's very logical. Mm-hmm. So for example, outnumbering people is a good way to get bonuses, or like there's also things that you can do, like if you backflip over somebody and they're not expecting it, then like surprising them is worth a bonus. And like you can try to surprise somebody and be like, okay, I'm gonna backflip, but like you can really only do that once, because if you backflip over somebody, they might just be like, what the heck, like what? But then after you do it one time, it's not surprising to them a second time, so the GM can just be like, yeah, he was expecting it the next time. Yeah, so it's logical. It's less like I'm seeking to gain the bonuses and more just like, yeah, okay, well you would get them in this case, but then later on you're gonna have to like come up with better ways to surprise him, because he's not gonna be surprised the second time on this.
Nibs, you said you were watching a streamer make a D&D system. Okay, my first question, and maybe like I want to know if I'm getting a system, like, is it just D&D again, right? Like there's already an alternate D&D. There's many alternate D&Ds, right? We have OSR and Pathfinder and Dragon Claw, and like there's so many games that just have hit points, AC, attack bonus kind of thing. So like I'm interested, but like if he's making an alternate D&D, like was it actually different, or did it just handle to hit differently?
I once made a RPG system called Easy Boy, and it was supposed to be kind of a Wild Western thing.
Yeah, Nibs, send the link. I'm interested in seeing. Sorry, Greg, you were saying?
I was just talking about the RPG I made. It doesn't appeal to a lot of people because the reason I made it was I was playing with a group that was incredibly risk averse. and they would also try to reverse engineer because they didn't ever want to take risks. They would just try to reverse engineer everything that happened. So instead of allowing things to unfold naturally, they would start calculating like, okay, the enemy has this much accuracy and this much, other skill and whatever. And it was super obnoxious because it could never do anything with this group without them reverse engineering everything to start with.
They should play Ember.
There
are systems that accommodate that kind of thinking.
I mean, there are some, like D&D is one of them. Honestly, they were big D&D players. But what I wound up doing though is I created a system called Easy Boy, which the whole premise was effectively like never tell the players what's going on, and instead it was like you should be giving them these bonuses or whatever behind the scenes, and they have these abilities. But one of the big hooks that I put in for it was that players were supposed to be given kind of like magical items of a sort. They were made out of like a special metal, and you were supposed to give them abilities. The items were supposed to gain abilities based on stuff that they did in the game, and you weren't supposed to tell them that the item was becoming more magical or gaining an ability. You would just describe to them what happened as they played, and it would be like, yeah, like you shoot a guy with this gun and they burst into flames, and that would be a really obvious one, but there were also supposed to be fairly inobvious ones. And that was one of the things that I thought that would make it interesting and worthwhile to have like a black box role play game, because the players would have no idea what they were getting until they figured it out. So it wouldn't be like they can't really bonus seek. They could do a lot of bonus seeking, and maybe it would result in getting an item that gave them a bunch of bonuses. But anyway, the point was just that like there was no way to reverse engineer what was going on, because whatever you thought was going on was possibly not going on. It would change. Like your magic item might be doing one thing, or it might be doing another thing. You just never knew. So you could never fully guess what the mechanics were, what the numbers were, or anything. You just had to play and tell the GM like what it is you wanted to do, and then find out what happened when you did it. And if you knew that you were like fairly good at acrobatics, then like okay, that would be something that you could generally rely on. But like the GM wasn't going to tell you a target number to do any specific thing, so you had to use your own intuition to decide like, does this sound like something I could actually do or not?
Sounds amazing. Similar but kind of different, because the Chronicles of Amber is definitely a different game. Probably not even like a cooperative game. I generally avoid anything that makes you do PvP, but like the Amber system based on the 10 books, the Chronicles of Amber, all written by the same guy. The game starts with you having an auction, and there's 4 stats. It's like strength, warfare, endurance, and psyche. And the players are in a bid to see who has the highest of those stats. But whoever wins the auction is the cap of that stat. There can be a close second place, but no one can ever be the max in... if I'm the max in strength, then no one will ever be stronger than me, at least amongst the players. Amongst the NPCs and monsters, that's a different thing. You as a son or daughter of Amber live in the only real universe, and you can travel to different dimensions, which they call shadows. And they're all like, the further and further you get away from Castle Amber, the more distorted the worlds become, till the point they're wacky nonsense on the edge of chaos and stuff like that. And the game always starts off the same. The game always starts off with the Lord of Amber. He's just missing. No one knows if he's dead. No one knows if he walked away. No one knows if he gave up and went away. And all the Amberites are very like schemy and whatnot. And you're just like, okay, guys, okay, players, what do you want to do? Keep in mind that we started this game with an auction, so it's pretty like, I wouldn't say PvP, all right, but it's it's player competitive. So like, the game book kind of leans the DM to like make the NPCs like the mothers and fathers going like, "Hey, Greg, you have a vie for the throne. If we do this, all we have to do is knock out that Eric guy. What do you think about that kind of thing, right?" And then it's up to you to decide if you want to like work with me or kill me and whatnot. And what you were saying about the game not the players not knowing anything, the rules in the book say the players are given their character sheet as when they make them, but any advancement is kept secret by the DM. So you will only ever know how your character started. You won't ever know if you want to write anything down on it. You know, of course you're allowed to, but like if the DM says like, "Oh, cool, you got some shadow magic," all you can do on your character sheet is, "I got shadow magic. I guess I'm not really sure what it does."
Have shadow magic.
Yeah,
Next.
and it's great. Like, there are some hard and fast rules of the setting, like this can only work like this and this can only work like this, but intrinsically with it being a multi-dimensional game, the game is very much like, yeah, if you want to go off and get a Jedi army, go get them.
Yeah, they're out there. They're looking for work, actually.
Does anyone know a system that outlines origin? You have a group that wants to focus on cooking. Closest I can think of would be Mouse Guard, or maybe the Root system. There's a board game called Root. They made a tabletop game of it, but I don't know if those games necessarily focus on cooking. They mostly focus on traversing between locations through the forest, which they have a whole bunch of rules for. Worry about the weather, worry about scouting, worry about stuff like that, but not cooking specifically.
It would depend on what you want to do with cooking. I recommend the hero system.
Oh, Carbarella. I played the Alien system. I played a short campaign where my DM put us through. We were getting on a ship and then found out they're aliens, and I had a lot of problems with the system overall. I mean, one of them intrinsically was our first session was us all pretending, "Oh no, we're going to a ship and we don't know what's going on." I felt like the whole first session was like, come on, we signed up to an aliens game. Start us off at someone's chest getting bursted open, right? Like, I don't want to roleplay this. I don't know what's going on. And we all had like secret agendas, and I wasn't thrilled with a lot of the stuff in the system. It was fine, I guess, but one thing I think was one of the best ideas ever was, instead of a downward spiral, the more you got hurt, the more you got stress die, and if you got more stress die, you got more dice to work. So and that was, our DM did that with, we had blue dice normally, and he gave us red dice for the stress die. So if I had normally like 3 die to do anything strength based and I got more stress, I got more die. But if any of those red dice showed up as a 1, something bad happened, where if I just rolled a 1 on a blue die, it's just like, yeah, you didn't make it. And we were always looking for like any 6. If you got a 6 on any of the d6s you were rolling, it was a success. So the stress die being more dice you got really led to the wonderful resource management thing of like, do I want to heal myself? I'm getting more die right now. I'm more competent, but I risk actually failing and dying. I loved it. That was such a great aspect to it. I wish the rest of the system was anything to talk about. That one thing was so cool. Sorry, I was replying. I am telling to what Carbarella was talking about. They said that they were hosting an Alien game, Sigourney Weaver Alien.
Yeah, no, I follow. I'm aware that Carabella's in our Sunday roleplay group.
Oh, okay. Wait, are you in this game?
No, they were doing this while we were doing the Vidsummer competition, so we kind of missed out on a lot of that. but I am aware of it. Oops, okay.
Wait, have I played with Carbarella?
I don't know. I don't know if you actually got. I don't know if you've done any of the games that Carabella's in. The Carabella would remember better.
Hey, which chat are you guys looking at?
Oh,
Which
I'm
what?
trying to talk to you really quiet.
Chat are you guys looking at?
Oh, we're looking at all of them actually. So we've got Twitch and we've got. Or I'm looking at all of them. I don't know about.
I'm only looking at YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vold is there in Twitch along with Archon.
Okay, just checking because I'm at work and if I want to pipe in, I need to know which chat to like actually use so you can see it. That's not asking.
Yeah, we're using any of them. So YouTube is the more popular one for now. Soon it will eliminate all the viewers because it is YouTube, and that's what they do.
Greg, not that I don't think it's undeserved, but you might have a very negative experience with YouTube.
I might. You could be correct. It could be YouTube has frustrated me a lot over the span of my career.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put that. I'll accept that that's a possibility. But yes, they. I assume that they will gradually start to kill off all promotion, and then at that point we'll see who is the king. The king promoter of stuff coming when that happens upon the day. Man, you know what sucks is trying to draw some kind of like a minigun. It is not an easy thing to draw.
Well,
Get
you're
all
doing
these
this definitely
barrels.
the hard way. I mean, you can do it more, like, I don't know if you're trying to make it look a little messy and a little rough, but, like, go back to drawing mode.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, am I behind? No, I'm up.
Yeah, a little behind. I went back into the camera, but...
Yeah, go back into the drawing mode and just draw a flat circle and make all the little circles in it. And then highlight the whole thing, make it a group, and then just warp it to the right perspective.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's okay. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I will say one thing, I'm a little too big. Shrink down a little bit more. It's fine. It's fine. We're doing great. I don't know. Having it all be kind of hand-drawn and a little bit messy. I was actually using the line tool for a little while, but because I've used the line tool so little, it made it feel more awkward because it was like, oh, suddenly here's this straight line, and they're all like wavy and wiggly up to this point, and just using the tool to make the line cleaner suddenly like made everything else feel a lot uglier.
Well, there is... I've not really used it too much, but there is a line tool to make the lines wiggly and gross.
Well, no, we don't need to make them intentionally. We just need to make it look human, is all. Like a very flawed artist.
I think it does a good job at making them look human. Robots will replace all of us.
Oh, I mean the drawings need to look human. They just need to have these human flaws in them, because I'm certainly possessing many human flaws in the artwork so far.
Or I'll say. This is really passive aggressive. Like, wow, you could say that again.
Certainly looks pretty flawed. Yeah. Well, it is very flawed. Here we go. Yeah, I feel like once you can kind of establish that yes, it's a little bit messy and it just stays messy throughout, then at least it looks like, well, somebody committed to it. There was the whole thing is hand drawn. It's messy and all, but it's consistently messy.
None of this AI stuff.
Well, yeah, none of that. But I mean, it's not even necessarily about the AI stuff. It's just more about the consistency of the art. So everything's going to be kind of drawings that I made, and I'm probably
Bringing up a joke about AI is always very close to my brain because so many people are like on a real firebrand about it all the time in my world.
Oh, I believe it. The thing that I've heard that they'll probably do with it is it'll never really replace artists, or at least not in the way that they're designed now. But they might do to artists what they've done to I heard they've done to translators. And with translators, what they did is they replaced them, kind of, but rather than replacing them, they just brought in like machines or Google Translate. And Google Translate is much worse at the job than a human ever was. But they'll do the bulk of the translating through the Google Translate software and then realize they have kind of a dog of a translation. So they have to bring in a translator to come in, but they pay them a lot less than they used to.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, AI currently, I don't think can replace artists, but I'm definitely not one of these people who are like, whoa, AI is shit, right? Like, no, I fully believe, like, no, AI will take all of our jobs completely, 100%. And anyone who doesn't think that day is coming is foolish. I just couldn't tell you when that's happening.
Well, the large language models are probably not going to do it because they can't really get more sophisticated than they are at the moment. Like they would need more training data, and they've already kind of got all the training data they can consume, and they're also not very energy efficient. So they are probably not coming for anyone's job. There is like actual research into genuine AI. Because the large language models, they're not really like artificial intelligence. Like they're not intelligent machines. They're just pattern recognizing programs, basically, is what they are.
Yep. I do think that AI will get better. Like, yeah, we can't give them any more material. There's already plenty of good material out there. We can, and I couldn't tell you, I couldn't tell you how. They can make a better AI that knows how to look at stuff and recognize it more. And like, that's the whole learning AI thing. That's what AI is, right? Like they're letting a program teach itself and build itself. So like, who knows when or how it will figure out how to do stuff.
Well, the thing is like, how do you afford to keep running them?
Oh, that's a separate issue. That might actually be the biggest handicap for AI that you mentioned. It's just not energy efficient.
Yeah, it's not energy efficient, and the amount of data it needs to consume is really ridiculous. They generally have so far just been stealing the data that they need. I like from what I read, I really don't know how much AI can do. It can certainly harm the industry, but not by like doing your work better than you do it, or at least that doesn't look like on the horizon. But they could potentially harm you by just convincing your employer. I think somebody, I can't remember where I saw this. It might have been in the last stream. Maybe we talked about AI then too. But somebody was just like, the threat to humans right now from AI is not whether or not they can take over your job. It's whether or not a person selling AI can convince your boss that the AI can do your job. And unfortunately, that's a lot easier to do than creating a functional AI system. Like, it's easy to convince somebody's boss that you're a cost that needs to be destroyed, because a lot of companies already think that way about their employees. So it's just like, that's the real scare.
That's a very astute observation. I can definitely agree with that. Most animation studios in my world, when the boss finally figures out how much money he's making and how hard it is, they usually start trying to figure out how to get rid of their animation studio.
Yeah. Well, you guys are wasting all the money with your dumb animation work.
There's this there's this really good animation studio called Nine Store here in Toronto. And I love, like, man, if they have a job or ask me to come back, I would come back on my knees. They were great. But the guy in charge, even though he's good to his employees, he has made it no secret. He is like, even though I have a Porsche, this is still like the wrong industry to get in. This was a huge mistake. This is so stressful trying to keep this place afloat.
I'm so sorry I did this. There we go. I had to shrink down the gun a little bit. Made it too big.
Bang, bang, bang.
Bang, bang.
I would love it if there was a cutscene where when this guy is shooting his gun, you can just see it's just rattling his brain inside.
The brain is not a separate symbol, and I am actually kind of dumb for, because I was like, oh, it's like a ballistic gel in Solidity, but you would still get a little jiggle, I guess. That would be pretty comical, though. Just like his brain rattling in his own. You can just see it rattling in his own skull. Carabelle's trying to draw a horseplay in volleyball. It's like,
Drawing
why did I do
circles.
this?
I vouch. Sorry, I'm reading what's on YouTube.
It's okay. It's about time for me to get some lunch, so I can take a little half-hour break here. Boop, boop. But anyway, though, hey, we finished the quarter view before the lunch break. That's good.
Good.
His feet change size between views. It's not great, but
Oh yeah, the feet change a lot of size. You can just upscale them though,
oh yeah, I guess I could.
or downscale the other ones.
Well, I kind of like him having the great big feet.
I think because the thing's going to be so small, I think you should actually go smaller. That way they don't take up as much visual real estate, and there will be more definition for its hand.
Well, I plan to use these at a couple of different scales, so they will get a little bigger for battles, but then also if I want to do an animation with the characters, then I kind of...
Because design-wise, from the front, he's fine. From the side, the gun sticking out where it looks great, but the other arm hanging down in front of the legs, especially with it being white and the legs being white, is not the best silhouette. In fact, on the your left-facing profile, I would move the gun down further. Yeah,
because
so you can see the top of it, and there would be a silhouette to distinguish it.
well, he's kind of blending against the... So like just pull it down a little bit on the bottom.
No, sorry. Not his left, the other one, when he's facing screen left.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, maybe down like that a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that looks better immediately. Because now you have some visual space between that lip on his dome and the top of the gun.
I'll kind of get away with the feet. I wonder if I ought to broaden the shadow here on the front view. Problem is, I found how to set the pegs separately, so that now they are they're a lot easier to use, and that's going to be really important for later animation stuff. But
What do you mean you set the pegs separate?
So the pegs before the pegs were just kind of like universal, and so every time I tried to move them, it screwed everything up. So I figured out how to set the pegs to the drawings each individual drawing. Yeah, which is good, but unfortunately it's screwed up the. You can see here we've got the animations all jacked up, so now I would have to go back in and correct it all if I wanted to re-export this walk cycle. Which I may have to do anyway, but at the very least it's a rig, so at least it's a real short walk cycle. It's only like 3 frames. So
well, if you want to do the patchwork, but will totally work, there is a peg. I'm blanking on what it's called right now. There's a peg that just allows you to move the whole offset thing. So like I used it all the time when I was working on Clone High, where I would make one arm and then copy that arm, and it'd effectively be 2 right arms in the same position. But you stick this peg on and give it the coordinates of being flipped and over, X amount, and now it's a left arm.
Oh yeah, no, I know that, but we're like the legs are fine and everything. The problem is that I animated with the pegs that were there before, and then when I corrected all the pegs and set them to the drawing, it moved the pieces around because it's like oh yeah, I remember where the pegs were, and so that it's like if I delete it and just redo it, it might be faster than trying to move all the individual parts.
Well, don't delete the artwork, but like.
Oh yeah, I mean the animation. If I delete the animation and just redo it, because it's all like 3 frame walk cycles, it'd be pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, though, it is lunchtime, so I'm going to take a little break and get some lunch.
I'm good.
Out to lunch. Be back at probably 12:30. Okay, I'll be back in a bit.
Cheers.
Hey, Greg. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm just going to listen to you stream if that's all right.
Okay. We are back. I enjoy the clever individuals that caught that the time was in the corner there. Okay, so I think for this back view, what do we want to do? This way? A little bit. Yes, Greg, time continues. Oh, Rosa joined the call while I was gone? I was gone, though. Go something like that. So these rows are still in. I'm by myself now. Yeah, Clip Studio Paint. And do our sketches in here because I don't know why, but it just feels faster in Clip Studio Paint. What was this? This 3/4? 3/4? I can't recall what you call this. Got a little exercise in before coming back. Don't know if you guys are familiar with eccentric exercises, which is when you instead of doing a whole bunch of reps, you just like hold a single rep for a really long time. I feel like it's really nice to get a really good workout like in a short amount of time. It's just like, I'll just hold this one push-up for about 5 minutes and that's it. That's my workout. Never heard of that. Yeah, the gist of it is just that you like. In a lot of cases, you kind of feel compelled to do more push-ups, more sit-ups, more reps, and so it's like, okay, I did 20 push-ups yesterday, and I'll do 30 push-ups, like to go higher than I was, and that is fine and everything. You can do that. It's a lot more cardio intense. But if you just want to do exercise in a short amount of time, then instead what you can focus on is just holding, like just do 10 push-ups and then just hold it. For about as long as you can. Try that. Yeah, I don't really like the multiple push-up routine either, which is why I started doing this. But it works for just about every type of exercise you can think of. So it's like, oh, I don't want to do you know, 20 push-ups, so I just do 10 of these longer ones. Yeah, I learned about it though reading some article or talking to some weightlifting champion. They're like, "What's your secret?" And a lot of times, you know, you don't. I don't really buy into those things very much because, you know, what's your secret? It's like, well, first afford to have a dietitian. You know, it's always like the reality is that they don't do very much. But he was just like, "Oh, I do a lot of eccentric exercises and lets me get more done in less time." And it's like, oh. Wonder if that is useful. So it's going to be pretty similar to JRPG combat. The game will be however, I'm gonna have it configured so that it actually works a lot more like the hero system combat. Since you've played Hero System, you kind of know what I'm talking about. So it's not going to be like I take a turn, you take a turn. It's gonna matter how much speed you have. If you have faster speed, you actually get to take more turns. We were talking about Final Fantasy X earlier, and I guess you could compare it to Final Fantasy X a little bit in that regard. Because they also allowed for that type of thing. Yeah, it would be nice if you could buy like game skills just like you do for an actual RPG kind of thing. That would be a much bigger project though. That would be an actual like more like Fallout or that type of thing, which is way bigger in scope. You gotta be careful about letting your scope get huge. Otherwise you'll never do anything, never get anything done. Yeah, scope creep is very real. It's like you always have another good idea. I was just like, it'd be great if I added this one more thing to my project. And you just never stop doing that. So pretty soon it's too late. It's too late to get anything done. That was the other thing, was that when I was originally thinking of this as being a Unity project, like I had a lot of stuff I wanted to do, and not all of it was like important for the player or anything like that. So there was quite a few things that honestly didn't really need to be there. That it would have been better if it wasn't there, just so that there would be less to work on. And the thing would be done. But when you can program your own thing, it's very tempting to just be like, well, how much time would this really take from the project? Oh yeah, horse tank. Horse tank was good though. I saw you reused a lot of the drawings of the characters in the tank, because it's like they're popping up and talking a lot, and that's when you're very dialogue heavy. That's one good way to save a lot of resources. Gonna do a little recce, because I don't know where we are. Pedal. Supposed to be a village around here. I'm not seeing one. I have been writing down notes. So far, mostly my notes are about like character motives and where you're going to go next, names and things like that. So I don't have like a fully fleshed out Bible for it. Instead, I just have like, these are the characters, this is what you're doing, which I guess is kind of a Bible. It's certainly an outline of sorts. Couple of jokes. Occasionally, if I think of a really funny joke or a joke that I want to do, then I'll write it down. Yeah, well, the main thing about developing all that stuff, and a good reason to have your design documents, is because you'll get to a point where you want to go back and tweak something, and you won't remember why. You did a certain thing. It'll just be like, why is this like this? And if you change it, something won't line up anymore. So yeah, I can definitely see the benefit of having a solid design document. At the moment, I don't have anything that fleshed out as far as design documentation goes. I've got the main conceits and notes on like certain character things and things like that. So we know that, for example, one of the bosses is going to be part giraffe, part elk, and he's going to have solar-powered antlers. So that's something. I know one of them is going to be a giant caterpillar. Haven't figured out the last one yet. Oh yeah, if you're working with multiple people, notes are a very big deal. It's like the difference between life and death, because no one will know what's going on otherwise. The advantage of solo projects is you can just like unilaterally change your mind, and it doesn't throw anybody off. You just be like, I'm gonna do something else actually. But you know, if there's a project with multiple people, you'd be like, man, I'm gonna change my mind, and they're like, whoa, hold on. Did Bethesda have a note problem? Starfield, they had a very small design document. They're just like making it up as they went. One says we could have had a jetpack. What, on the back of the robot? I feel like enjoying a video game and having it be like your favorite video game for a little while and then changing your mind and being like, okay, this sucked, is very very in theme for like modern video games. I can't hardly think of a game recently where that has not been a bit of a phenomenon. Like, it just feels so painfully common. See people be like, this is great, I really like this game, and then later on be like, actually I kind of hated it. Turns out didn't do what I wanted it to do. I think what happens is that people get really excited on the hype to start with, and so they're really hyped up and they're really excited to play. And then, you know, for a little while they got it and they're like, yeah, it still feels new, and like there's a lot of stuff to see and do, and they're good. Well, it still feels new. But then as the newness starts to wear off, they're like, oh, okay, this is starting to get repetitive. Well, Among Us was a fun game for a little while. Like, I'm pretty sure we played it. I don't know if you were there, but I know our game group, the Done Somewhere group, played it for a little while. It was fun. I mean, imagine playing that game with Artisan, who's very much in the spirit of, you know, torturing people and coming up with clever tricks and things like that. I remember one time we had the two, what are they called? Murder aliens. I talked about jetpacks and It's a Living. We could still do jetpacks, but yeah, I think I was talking about doing like side-scroller stuff with It's a Living. But anyway, we had like two people that were supposed to be soul-sucking aliens or whatever they are, and I just remember Artisan just followed me around the entire time, doing no wrong whatsoever, and then I was like vouching for him, and he was like, "No, Artisan's been good. He's definitely not a villainous entity out to get anybody. I think that we should focus on everybody else." It turned out he was one of the aliens the entire time. The imposter. That's what it is.
He was sus.
He was sus. He wasn't sus. That was the thing. That was how he got away with it for so long. He was the furthest thing from sus. He was completely trustworthy. I trusted him. So how's it going, Cheese?
It's going good. I'm moving tomorrow, so today I guess I need to. A big thing is I need to finish up all the stuff I have tabs of on my computer. Probably the hardest part of packing. Gotta finish all these podcasts, finish all videos I sort of put off.
Oh, you gotta finish your podcasts in time for.
Yeah, because I have everything in YouTube tabs that don't sort of save for progress.
I see. Yes.
It's
You
like
know,
I
those
need
poor
to.
souls.
I'm the kind of person who doesn't shut down my computer like except for like once in a blue moon. I always put it to sleep and then everything stops working until I have to shut it down. So I need to sort of sync up everything to where I don't start anything new, and then I finish everything that's open in order to finally shut it down. But now I actually have to shut it down and put it away for a while. Hello, Carabella. I've been, I don't know, I've been holding together well. And went to the bank and what I did was fancy money terms yelled 3 words at me and I threw them back. And then I didn't get a fucking lollipop, which is the worst part. The lollipops were on the other counter and I didn't feel like going all the way around.
These people today, they just don't respect. Like, look, there's no reason we shouldn't still get our lollipops just because we're grown adults.
Yeah. I specifically remember as a kid there was one time when my mom needed to go to the bank for something, and then and I was like, oh boy, I get to get a lollipop out of this, and then when we got there we realized the bank was closed, and my mom was like, oh okay, and I was like, what, no lollipop? And then while we were there, some guy who was like doing like work, some guy who was like just like he was like closing up the place, and like we ran into him, and I was like, like my mom was explaining to him that like I really wanted a lollipop, and he was like, hold on, and then he being the Chad he is, like sort of got himself inside, picked up a lollipop from me, and came back out for me, which is, I mean, I'm sure that my mom had important things to do in the bank that were more important than me getting that lollipop, but not to me. So, nice.
You were not your mom. Were you? How old were you at the time that happened?
I don't know. I would have been like 6 or like plus or minus 2 years or something.
Yeah, because I can see that thing being like Miles' Day being made by.
Yeah.
Like, I got it. I got that lollipop.
They're good lollipops, to be honest. The same bank has given good lollipops. That's like that should always be what you decide. When you decide which bank to go to, don't look at interest rates, don't look at like all this fancy schmancy, like are they gonna fail and lose all my money for me?
They're just trying to distract you with all that garbage.
Yeah. So that they can sell you bad they don't even tell you. They can give you bad lollipops. They can keep money for the lollipop expense.
Yeah, be wise to those tricks. Don't let them get you on that. I'm getting tired of rigging and working on it since before yesterday, honestly.
Hello, EP.
Hello again.
I return. How was your lunch?
That was good. Had some peaches.
Peach lunch?
Yeah, peaches with lunch.
Oh, it wasn't the whole lunch. Was just a peach.
You know, I had peaches with the lunch. It was part of my lunch. I was just saying, I'm getting tired of rigging EP. I'm tired.
You've only been doing it for like 2-3 days.
Yeah. I'm ready to actually do some animation stuff, please. Oh well. There's a whole bunch of little animations you have to do. Let me show you that. Here's like a whole character sheet. There's a whole bunch of little things that you guys will do. Some of these you really don't use. Like there's jabbing, swinging motions. Those will not happen because instead of using weapons the way that they've programmed, it's all skills. But still, we got to do like death animation, shooting animations, punching animation. We got to do little. They're all like little 3-frame things, but there's a lot of them. And this is why they really don't design their system to be about the side view battling, because I think a lot of people there's so many more assets to do, so they here, just have that going straight up. Yeah, so by default, the RPG Maker MZ kind of wants you to just do head-on images, and that's because it's much cheaper and much easier to make the head-on sprites, like instead of doing battler sprites. But I think it is not as exciting. And, you know, if we want to do interesting things, then we just have to do them.
A very blunt and very true thing of the world. We want to do interesting things, we just have to do them.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's factual. If we don't, they won't be done.
Yeah, if the model was bigger, I would have so loved to see, like, as you're walking, the brain just kind of like bobbing and blobbing inside the head. But, like, it's too far out. That'd be just pointless detail.
Yeah. It also only gives you three frames to work with, really. So it would be hard to tell it was happening in just the 3 frames.
I mean, yeah, like when you went to the like RPG Maker like sort of preview, I was surprised how small everything was, and I was like, how all this like details probably not. I mean, it's good to sort of for also like when you have like the speech bubbles and stuff, but you don't really see it that well normally.
Yeah, you won't see it while they're walking around on the screen hardly at all. You will see it during speech bubbles. If I do animations using the characters, I'm not exactly sure where I'm going to actually do character animations using these characters, because I don't think I want them to have voiced lines. I might change my mind on that. The main character I like the voiceless protagonist thing, so I'm probably just going to keep that. They'll never speak.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like I kind of like the idea that this character is just sort of like you're playing as just the drone who works for this company that sort of does as they say, and everything's unfolding around you.
You cannot stop it, at least not without losing your job.
He's just happy to be here.
Paranoia, like a little bit. Like my friend computer, do what it says. Don't listen to the communists.
Don't listen to the communist friends. They're out to do you harm. Collective bargaining is weakness. Yeah, I was gonna have it that your voice module is screwed up, and so everyone would be telling you constantly. They'd be like, "Okay, don't talk." Like if you, like if you try to answer anything, they'll just be like, "Okay, never mind. I'm sorry I asked. I take it back. Don't tell me anything." So there could be some personality there, but I don't know. I like the idea of the silent protagonist. Who knows what they're thinking? Angry thoughts, maybe. It just occurs to me because I'm asymmetrical, I'm going to have to do a flip side version of this one, where I've got the arms on opposite sides. I remember this, I now remember this being an issue with this when I was doing this project to start with. This is like, oh yeah, asymmetrical bodies require more work.
Yeah, they now do. I was saying that yesterday. Why did you decide this?
I mean, you're right, but like being able, like having a different set of skills on either arm was like really important to the. I'd pigeonholed myself into it. I could have just drawn arms on both sides and then be like one side is a gun, but I really wanted to have everybody's got like a gun, a weapon arm of some sort. It seemed like a very good idea at the time. It's also something that's a lot easier when you're not building rigs. Like if you're just drawing pictures, you're just like, yeah, you know, weapon arm, whatever, it's fine. But then when you get into the rigs, you're like, all right, first I gotta draw this part, then I gotta draw that part, then the other part. Luckily, legs tend to stay pretty symmetrical. Oh, hold on. Ah, good. It's fine. It'll be fine. At some point, this will be done, and then I'll have a completed rig. And
I like that's fine. Sometime it will be done. Like such a Herculean task. Like someday, this will be done.
I mean, probably today, and then just the only thing is like, tired of it today. I'm tired of working on it today. I'm ready to move on to something else. Ready to just do the animations. And the thing is like I could. And this was the thing is I was thinking about it a little bit. I was like, what if I just start doing some animations? Like I'd be fine with that. But then you think about it for like a second, and you're like, oh, but then I'd be drawing I'd be putting in new drawings, and it would create a problem of like, like now it's all cluttered up. So when I go back and draw like the facings, they'll be a little awkward, and we don't want that. So we gotta do all the preliminary work. We gotta do the frustrating stuff before we get into the rest of it. All that hard work life stuff. I don't know. It's just how it is. There's no shortcuts to a good project.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, there's shortcuts, but there's no clear hard work shortcuts. Well, I guess I should. There's a bunch of different shortcuts. However, there is never a way to not do the part you hate. I guess is what I should say. If there was a way to not do the part you hate, you wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
There we go, and that's how it is. Nope, that looks pretty bad. Let me just...
Oh, I just realized I had the stream paused. I haven't been seeing. I was wondering why you were stuck somewhere.
Why I'm just sitting idly, not doing anything.
Planning about how hard the work is without doing any work.
The real hard work is thinking about how much hard work you're gonna have to do. There we go.
You think about it so hard that you decide not to do the hard work.
You're like, you know what would really save me a lot of time? Not doing the work at all.
Hey, so great news, Greg. So it turns out this thing called AI.
Nah.
Oh, I love that movie.
Oh God.
Yeah, we don't want to go that
Steven
far.
Spielberg. Yeah.
We still want something people are gonna play. I saw a couple of YouTube videos of some guy who like plays who plays the crypto games that are out on Steam now, and it's pretty comical how bad they get.
The only one I was familiar with was the one with the monkey toilets. And I think that's because of Saberspark, maybe. Can't remember who showed that to me.
Monkey toilets. Oh, no.
The one with the apes, the bored
Yeah.
ape thing, and it's like
I
drop.
didn't know that they had a game.
All I know is that it had toilets and monkeys.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, it actually came out, unlike other cryptos.
Yeah. Are these games that are so? Are these games designed to like? You know what's it? Greg, the video about like crypto games. Are these games that like somehow Are just games to promote cryptocurrencies? Or are they?
Yeah,
Well,
basically. Yeah,
The way that these games,
Oh, God.
sorry, the way that these games work is essentially, at least for the monkey one, I know that it's like each NFT that you own is basically a life. So it's like that one game that I heard about that like you bought a really elaborate controller for, and if you died, that was it.
It's kind of like yesterday we were talking about some like card games where they require you to rip up a card after you use it, like in order to get across the idea that you can only use it once. That no one's gonna do that to the cards. Like, that's interesting.
Yeah, you guys were mentioning that yesterday. I didn't get a chance to say. Like, do you guys not know any about the legacy board games? Legacy, Risk, Pandemic, Monopoly.
When you said legacy games, I immediately thought of Legacy of Kain, so probably not.
Okay. So there are board games nowadays, and I mean, I understand what people are trying to do, but I don't really agree with it. Where like Legacy Risk is not Napoleonic time; it's the future time. So you get like actual stickers and cards to rip up and stuff like that. So when you play the game, one of the cards you can get is nuclear, like a nuclear option, whatever, and you choose one of the regions on the Risk board to permanently nuclearize. And there's a sticker, and you put it on the board. And for every game played on that board going forward, it is an uninhabitable country. Like, you can't claim that spot. It's now no longer on the board. And the idea is so, like, the game will change the more you go on, and things will permanently be changed, and your game of Risk Legacy will be different than other people's versions of Risk Legacy. And there are cards that will be ripped up if this condition is met, and not be ripped up if this condition is met. And these cards that will want someone to write in what to like fill in the blank on something, and that will permanently be there. And Risk Legacy is the most popular one of those. There's a couple of them. There's one for Pandemic, there's one for Monopoly, and I'm sure there's like 3 or 4 others, but I can't bring them to mind. Right?
Well, the way that you're explaining this makes me think that, like, well, if they had a version of that for the computer, then you could do stuff where like the fallout decreases over time and it becomes habitable again. Because it's like the immediate time that you were mentioning Risk, I'm like, that just sounds like Civ.
Well, the difference is
I know
one
it's
of the
got
board
different
games are like
rules.
on-off switches. The thing about video games is video games have enough freedom and math calculations that things can be granular. And board games aren't video games. So
They're trying to be Undertale of like, well, what if you play it again and it affects how you're doing it? But there's no way to like hard reset with a physical thing.
Yeah, and the idea is...
Well, that's the thing with Undertale, is that, like, you can play the same thing and it messes with the data. You can't do that with a board game.
Yeah, like this thing where, like, with stickers and stuff is just going to make it... And, like, you can't, like, decide, like, okay, I'm going to restart... Like, I'm gonna do a hard restart. You can't do that if the cards are ripped up, if the board is covered in stickers.
Yeah, the selling point is you can't do a hard restart, right? Even in Undertale, you can do a hard restart. But the idea of this is there's no going back, which I'm not sold on. I'm just trying to just tell you, like, hey, this thing exists. Isn't that ridiculous?
Yeah.
Speaking of Undertale, do you guys remember that one achievement where you're supposed to leave the game alone for 10 years?
Has the game been out for 10 years?
Not yet, but someone's going to get that achievement soon.
How long ago?
And it's been in the back of my head every time that we get closer to the 10-year anniversary. I'm like, somebody's going to get that achievement because someone totally did the pacifist ending and then just dropped it, whether or not they knew about the achievement.
Interesting. Oh, like keep the game open, not just like have the game.
No. What it is the idea is that you let them have their happy ending. And you just don't play the game again. You don't reset. You don't do anything. You just stop playing after the pacifist ending, and you do something else.
It looks like it's almost exactly a year until, well, not it's September 15th. The game came out, so, and I don't know if people. I don't know. I'm curious how many people just decided to leave the game like that. It's not like you don't leave the game open. It's just by having the certain ending, you just don't touch
what
it.
it does is I think that the second that you end the game on pacifist, there's a counter that starts ticking.
Well,
And you can probably open the game, but if you reset the game, I think that starts over the timer.
Yeah.
Well, Steam knows how long you've been on the game. It is I think that there's a achievement in Stanley's Parable, which is like go outside, and then there's a super go outside, where you leave the game. You don't play the game for a very long time.
I mean, the thing with Stanley's Parable is you get all the endings, and then what do? You're done.
How many endings are there?
Hold on.
Depends. Are you talking about deluxe or the
umbrage.
original?
I have great umbrage with that. Like, name a video game that isn't the case. You do all the things and then it's done. I mean, that's
Yeah, that's true.
video
There's video games for you. Yeah.
True.
I'd say that, like, think
Technically,
about it like this.
That's the case
okay, you
with
go
that's the
first.
case. Technically, that's the case with Undertale too. You know.
Yeah. I mean, Stanley Parable is unique in having more endings than most games. In fact, so if anything, this is by the standard of you complete the end in terms of sort of your progress being how many endings you've completed, then Stanley Parable has more content, I guess.
All right. Let me pose you this. This seems to have something similar to Portal games, where the entire point of the game is that they're brain teasers for your brain, and unless you're speed running, the entire point of the game is that you're figuring out the puzzles. And what happens when you know all the puzzles already? The game gets kind of boring. But let's take something like Wind Waker. Wind Waker is a game that has the same ending no matter what, and you do the same stuff no matter what. You leave that game alone for about a year, and you're ready to play it again, because it doesn't matter, because a year's enough for you to forget all those puzzles, but the harder the puzzle is, the more you remember it.
Oh, so it just doesn't have like replay value, is what you're trying to say.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. Or I guess that the whole point is that like you have a level of replay value, but it's like a finite number of replays that you can.
I mean,
because yeah,
I can see you replaying the game if you're like, all right, let's get a friend and let's play this together, and we'll see if they can figure out the puzzles. But other than that, it's kind of like, I already know what to do now.
yeah. I'm talking about replay in terms of like playing it again to get another ending, but like that, there's only a finite number. What you're saying is that there's only a finite number of replays you can do in that case, right?
The replays is all up to you. I'm just saying there's attention retention, and that kind of dissolves when you already know everything that's going to happen.
Oh,
now, it's different with, say, like a movie, where a movie has other things that you can notice in it. So, like, if you already know what's going on, you can pay attention to a different part of the screen, and you'll see something that you didn't see before. But eventually, you're going to know it like the back of your hand. But if you leave it alone for 10 years and watch it again, you'll probably still know everything, because you spend a lot of time doing it. But they'll be like, oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah. I mean, I think I would argue, and maybe people who play the same game over and over would disagree, but I do feel like replay value is sort of supplementary, not complementary for a game, where it's like, a game should just, like, the bare minimum a game should do is be enjoyable for a playthrough. And, like, it would be better if it had more, if you could play it again, but if not, then it still does its job.
Well, there is that argument with, let's take my example of Wind Waker and compare it to Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild was huge. Wind Waker you can get done in about 14, 15 hours. Breath of the Wild takes 200 hours, unless you know everything. There are those 100% speedruns that take 24 hours, and I've never seen anything like it, my guy. It's like one of those types of speedruns where it's just like, I wish that people would do... Because they also do it with Battle for Bikini Bottom. I think that was sort of the beginning of the 100% speedruns really hitting the mainstream. And then when people figured out, hey, I can complete all Koroks, all everything in about 24 hours, then that started being like, wait, really? You can take this 200-hour game and compress it down into a day.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's speedrunning has been pretty mainstream since before that. But I guess so. What you're saying is that like just basically, if a game doesn't have replay value, it should be longer.
It's incredibly bold to be like Battle of Bikini Bottom is when 100%.
Yeah.
That's like, when I noticed it.
What? Okay.
Yeah,
right.
I think that's
fine. When it became
the point you're getting is that if a game doesn't have replay value, it should be long. Like if a game is short, then you should be able to play it multiple times, right?
Yeah. If a game is short and sweet, like think of Mega Man. People replay Mega Man all the time. They already know everything that's going to happen, but since it's such a short game, they can try and experiment, and they don't feel like they're wasting their time.
Yeah.
People will try and experiment with long-form games too, but I guess now that argument isn't totally solid. For example, with Breath of the Wild, there's not really morality decisions. You either do or don't do something. Whereas in something like a Bethesda game, there is morality. Well, in a Fallout game, there's morality decisions. I tried doing the morality thing in Skyrim, and I drove myself insane trying to save a guy who kept getting killed. And then I realized, oh, they just thank me and leave. And it has no precedence on the story. And I'm like, I think I'll go back to Fallout now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, oh boy, please don't lynch me. I mean, I even find I have that with Fallout, right? Like Fallout Las Vegas is one of the best Fallout games.
New Vegas.
Right?
Yeah. I love that game. It was my first game.
It was your first game?
First Bethesda game.
Okay, I thought you were. I was confused. Sorry.
It's the first game I ever played.
Like the story of New Vegas is outstanding, but you still come across that stuff where the pool is very wide and goes on forever, but it's not very deep. It's pretty shallow, and nothing really has much impact, right? Like even with those Mass Effect games, they kept talking about how your choices matter, your choices matter. And when I talk to other people, it just seems like we all played the same game, the exact same game with the exact same story.
Branching choices.
Well, there is that. There is the sort of illusion of choice, and Telltale played fast and loose with that because there was decisions that mattered, but you couldn't tell which ones actually mattered. Because it's like, all right, does this give him the eye patch, or does this give him the eye patch? Or do I have to do both of them to give him the eye patch? And since these Telltale games, kind of replayable, but a lot of people are just gonna be like, all right, what are the differences? Look it up online, because they just played through the game and they don't really want to do that again. Unless they do, in which case they will, but Telltale games have sort of like a general story with branching pathways along the way that lead to slightly different outcomes. For example, in their Walking Dead one, your main character dies regardless of what you do. It's just the way that he dies is different.
Yeah. It's sort of like it doesn't change the overall trajectory of the story. It just changes sort of the way that you get to point B. It doesn't change what point B is.
Yeah. I'd argue that a lot of replayability from Bethesda games comes from the fact that since they're coded like Swiss cheese, people usually have to get up. At least I know for New Vegas is coded like Swiss cheese and needs a patch if it's going to be stable. Once you're downloading that patch from New Vegas, like Nexus Mod Editor or whatever, and then you're already there, so you're like, all right, what other mods? And then people create these the modding community for Bethesda specifically is what I'm talking about. That adds a lot of replayability because then you can just infinitely modify what the game is. But that's not really the game's original intention. So I'd argue that isn't something that the game creators intended, but it still adds replayability regardless.
I don't know. Like, that's ideally how it is, but I feel like it doesn't really add that much replayability. There's only so many mods that give the game any actual real depth. Like, a lot of them are either overbroken spells or meme shit, or just aren't that deep of a story, or kind of like quality of life improvements. But like, you can improve the quality of a NPC ally, but that doesn't really make it a new gaming experience. It just makes it less frustrating.
Well, New Vegas is a bit special in that because you've got like Project Nevada, where they'd have an entire storyline take place in California, and it depends on the mod, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but I'm saying that well that you're claiming is just not that deep. Again, it's very, very shallow. I ran out of interesting mods very quickly every time I played through Morrowind, Oblivion, and then Skyrim.
Well, then you've got the argument that replayability doesn't necessarily have to be about story, but just having fun. You might not even play the story and just go bomb everyone. It's very flexible what people's replayability preferences are.
Yeah.
I guess, but like, you can be very generous and say that. I would just say it's like, nah. If you're not engaging with the story, then all you're going to do around is going around and putting buckets on NPCs' heads. It's only so much you can do before it's like, yeah. That's nice.
People can find. I'm someone who can find ways to have fun, just invent fun with a game.
Well, I'd say that divides this into two groups, where there's casual replayability, where someone's like, all right, I want to pick up this game again and play it from start to finish, just the way that I did last time. And then there's dedicated replayability, where people are like, I'm going to find every nook and cranny of this game.
Well, yeah. I don't think that replayability is about playing a game sort of without the story is necessarily about completeness as it is about just about I don't know. I feel like they're just I don't know. I feel like I go through dungeons in Skyrim not because whenever I don't have any more story to do, not because it's sort of because I want to finish all of the. I want to have the completionist sort of finishing everything, but just because I enjoyed going through the last cave, so I want to go through another. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah, replayability is entirely dependent on the player's preferences.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just saying that was one of the big arguments against Breath of the Wild, is the fact that it's like, dude, I can't replay that. I replay Ocarina of Time all the time, but I can't play Breath of the Wild. That's 200 hours that I don't have.
Well, then but then you're already spending. It's like then the first playthrough should be able to satisfy your needs. I think that you don't need to replay it. Enjoy a game. Enjoying a game doesn't mean you have to play it multiple times. You can just have a satisfying sort of a very.
I think it's more that people are used to being able to do that with games, where they're just like, I like Twilight Princess. I think in about 6 months I'll do it again.
I think that people sort of setting their expectations for how other games should play based on games they've already played I'm not a fan of that. Yeah.
I mean, the other thing is that games used to be really short, and so they need to have high rate play value, because you're not getting your mom to go to the store to buy a brand new copy of tennis.
True. Yeah.
So replay value has gradually become less of a needy thing because the gaming industry has evolved past the need to, well, for example, Mario, if you know what you're doing, you can probably get it done. I think it's under 5 minutes. I can't remember what the average playthroughs, like if you're doing all the warp zones and stuff and you know it. But it's like Mario
5
had to
minutes.
be difficult because it needed to be replayed.
Yeah.
Whereas modern Mario doesn't need to be difficult because it doesn't need to be replayed. You just got 15 million moons.
Is there any
Yeah,
chance?
you could just. I feel like that's a different kind of playthrough. It's a different game where you don't need to play it multiple times. You can just play it the first time and get your fill.
So I don't like immediately have another conversation topic lined up, but is there any chance that this could end and we could maybe like talk about something?
Listen,
Yeah.
I'm not opposed.
Yeah, this has gone on for a while.
Yeah, it's not like a interesting conversation or anything.
Yeah. So you guys seen the new Skibbity toilet?
God damn it.
No. That conversation can end immediately.
It's just a measuring contest that keeps going back and forth.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
It is interesting how that has managed to sort of they're actual like totally like in the same vein as like what we saw in like the pony fandom. Like there are like analysis channels I've seen dedicated to discussing Skibbity Toilet and like discussing like the power levels of like different like discussing sort of like
Why would you do this?
like as if
Why would you immediately segue into like analysis of Skibbity Toilet and the Skibbity Toilet community?
I meant it as a joke, but I do genuinely
you're like,
find it very weird that people manage to actually like talk about it as if it is something intuitive. There's something intuitive to it.
I'll argue this. Why did we like FNAF so much?
Why
I
are
didn't
we
like
arguing?
actually. Yeah.
Listen, I'm just trying to get off Skibbity Toilet.
Fair. Okay. Yeah. And Miles has managed to stay off Skibbity Toilet, right? You have been a responsible parent and sort of.
Like, I don't want to alarm you guys, but it appeals a lot to very small children, and so yes, I've heard of Skibbity Toilet. I haven't watched it myself, but like Miles's peers watch it. So we're talking kids that are like, you know, preschool.
Yeah.
He brought it up while he was in preschool. So
Oh,
Yeah.
I just before you guys go really deep into the Skibbity Toilet, lore mines or anything like that, one of the reasons it's popular is because very small kids are watching it, and
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking not in terms of the lore itself. I'm discussing how people discuss the lore, which maybe that I am by proxy adding to the problem of people discussing the lore of Skibbity Toilet.
well, I think that causality comes from the fact that ever since people realized, oh, we can make livings theorizing off FNAF map pack. Anyway, the point is, whenever people realized that was a gold mine, they found anything that had any sort of lore whatsoever, and they just analyzed it, hoping it'll be the next FNAF.
Yeah. I mean,
think I think the analogy you're truly looking for is not the next FNAF, is the next Star Wars, right?
Oh yeah.
Because, like, that's what really opened up the floodgates of like, let's delve deep. What's the deep lore between that one guy at the bar? Remember?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you're right. If
I
we're going
think
back
that's a
before
generational
internet
gap.
times.
I guess that's the big generational gap is from Star Wars to FNAF, and then
That's all the
ultimately
same.
just Skibbity Toilets.
Well, here's another thing I was thinking about: is Gravity Falls was the one that really got everyone's brains tinkering, and then Gravity Falls ended,
Well,
and
I
then
mean, also
everyone jumped
that
on
is.
FNAF.
I think that also that is, if we're talking in terms of like Star Wars, we're jumping very far into the modern day with both FNAF. Well, FNAF and Gravity Falls are both sort of pretty sort of recent in the grand scheme of nerd culture.
Oh, if we're talking about theorization, do we remember all those like dark theories about your '90s children's cartoons?
I don't know.
Where they're
I'm
like,
sure that
it's
there
all
was,
a
like,
dream.
I would rather talk about Star Wars, honestly.
Okay.
Something
Okay,
with someone
all right.
else can get
We
away
get
with
engaged
edge.
in conversations, but then it's just like they go on for way too long. I mean, if it gets us talking, like if we can't drop it, maybe that's just us being us. Anyways,
I'm willing to change topics whenever, though.
I don't know, Greg. Well, pose your topic that isn't Skibidi Toilet,
Okay.
Uh,
So no. Okay. You EP. Do you keep up with Worthy Kids at all? Do you follow them?
Sorry, who?
Worthy Kids.
Worthy Kids. That's the guy that makes Top Burger, right?
Oh my god, yeah, of course. Like, he's a
big-
freaking god.
He's great. Yes. Speaking of Star Wars, I've not like. Even though Big Top Burger is clearly like a super cool thing he's doing, I've noticed that his Star Wars parody is really it's like 16 million views, and like I went to see it is easily the best performing video that YouTube has for him.
I think that's just a consequence of, like seeing something that is in the public mind and something. When you put a lot of effort into other stuff, but then, like, it's just not a matter of what gets the most effort put into it, it's just a matter of what people will what YouTube will recommend and what people will want to click on.
I think
Sorry,
my
mine's
favorite
the-
one is when he got
now.
Justin McElroy to play the king that just keeps getting the wrong answer in King's Quest.
I'm on Worthy Kids YouTube now. Which is his Star Wars one?
It's the one
It's,
with Emperor Palpatine.
Palpatine's Journey.
Like, and it's a funny video. It's a very funny take on the whole Palpatine thing because he's just so comically evil. He's very like, jokes on you idiots! I'll win yet. But it's
Oh yeah.
yeah.
By almost 10 million views, it is his. It's well over double the view count of his second most viewed video.
Well, now you can search by popularity. So goes Palpatine's Journey, which is on Twitter, and Fix the Baby.
Yeah, and like none of those are like part of his main series. Those are all just, and that's because like people can watch those on their own and then recommend them to people. Those videos are the ones that can be shared around, and also the ones that like sort of tie into things that people are accustomed to, and therefore it's sort of something that can get more views like that.
Big Top Season 1 is his 7th most popular video, and that's the first Big Top video that's there. But yeah, the media is very subjective when it comes to that because you've got stuff that is standalone that will do way better than any dedicated project you put your heart into. People still enjoy your heartfelt stuff, but the standalone stuff that you do as a joke is most likely going to be way more popular than anything you care about.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I had been first introduced to him through the Morpheus sort of cartoon, which was something that you see shared on Twitter and stuff, and like that's the thing is that it's something that you just sort of see and say like, hey, that's Eric Andre, I know what that is, and it ties into something and it stands on its own. So it's at least it's sort of your introduction to something, and because of that, I was able to see all of his other shit, and so. That's a lot of people sort of get that. They don't go past the door. They don't watch all the other videos. They just sort of get introduced and say, hey, that's neat.
I mean, while I was watching Worthy Kids, I think one of the other videos that was recommended to me, and at first when I watched it, I didn't realize, but it's like, I appreciate the comedy that he brings, It's there's other animation channels that are like that. How do I introduce Meat Canyon?
Oh yeah, Meat Canyon is.
I mean, like it's very much it's popular, but it's popular for completely different reasons.
Yeah. And I think that it's also something that has been able to succeed because it can tie into like current thing, and like and people sort of click on it because it's like, hey, this is a video about Mr. Beast, but he's in Meat Canyon style, and he's like a monster as opposed to real life.
Yeah. So anyway, I was losing the thread. So EP said something that I was gonna like make conversation off of. It was like, oh, Star Wars was the original. Was it like Star Wars was the original theory bait? Is that what you were? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
Star Wars is the
I think
original
so,
free
yeah.
date, and we love this so much, can we stay in this setting and dive deeper?
And go
What
deeper.
about like Star Trek? I'd say it would probably be something like that.
That's like so. It seems like that is so big on YouTube because we're the kids. That's one place where I've noticed that is a huge deal, because it's so many more views than everything else that he's done. And I kind of wonder if it's like it's really fascinating. Hello, Donnie the Dingo. Because you get that same sort of thing from, like, for example, Tolkien. And I don't know if you're very big on Tolkien.
Pay no attention to the map behind me.
Yeah. So you're like, see, and there's like a lot of really cool stuff in Tolkien because he's. I've heard it a couple of ways. One of the reasons is because nerds just kept asking him why things were, and he kept giving people reasons and answers. Not all of them are fully like non-contradictory or anything like that. But it's just
if
He probably didn't have a Google document filled with the lore that, like, to double check that everything he said was consistent. He was just sort of giving people answers.
If you
He
want,
has-
And like he
wrote his own language cheese.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's
you can't
true.
just be like, I don't know if he thought it out. Like, he clearly thought it all out, but there was a lot of
That's true.
like people got that scent of like there's more to this world, and they were like not ready to let go of it with just the books that were out. And so he very consistently got like lots of questions from fans that were like, I need to know more, I need to know everything about this universe.
if we're talking about Tolkien, I remember watching well, first of all, he wrote the Silmarillion first, and his friend told him, dude, this is impenetrable to read. Like,
It is impenetrable to read. It
Yeah.
still is.
Yeah, I mean, no one around here would have read it like 20 times, and have recently just been part of a group as we read it a chapter a week until it was finished. That's crazy talk, right?
What
Anyways,
madman? Yes.
but it was good advice, right? Like, the Silmarillion on its own is absolutely impenetrable, and so he said, you have to write a story where this matters. And so he wrote the story after the fallout of all the Silmarillion stuff, right? Which is Sauron picking up after his Dark Master and stuff like that. Like, all that was already sort of established and sort of kind of alluded to in the Lord of the Rings, but for people who just wanted the one story, you didn't have to think too deep. And for everyone else who went, wait, where's this from? Why is this? Who are these fucking eagles? Kind of stuff, right? And the simple answer was, there was more. He had a world. He wrote a setting first. I remember watching a documentary where some analyst or whatever wrote like, oh, in Tolkien's first mention of a hobbit was like, hobbits live in holes to one of his students on one of their tests, and what an ingenious mind that came up with this. What is a hobbit? What truly that is that? And later in the documentary, we had some dude analyzing, oh, you see, this is in Lord of the Rings, an analogy for the First World War, where the dwarfs were the French and the elves were the Polish or whatever. And I remember just rubbing my head going like, none of these guys play D&D. Like, if Tolkien was alive today, he'd be on Critical Role making like one of the best world settings there is, right? Like, he was just a D&D player who loved worlds and settings and things and systems and magics, but that didn't, an interactive novel didn't exist yet, so he was stuck just writing a regular novel. And I'm just rubbing my head going like, all these analysts just don't get being a fucking nerd who wants to like be in a world setting.
I've heard the World War II theory before, and I've also heard that it is not a very good theory.
Yeah,
Oh,
he was very much against.
it.
He
It's so
hated
stupid.
like the idea of allegories in sort of storytelling like that. That it's sort of lazy. I was talking to someone who is big into sort of folklore, and he was saying that like because he's a fan of Tolkien, but he's saying that the big downside, the big sort of impact he had, like negative impact he had on like the understanding of folklore as we sort of understand it today, is sort of dividing everything into races. When it's like what a like he was talking about like kobolds. He had mentioned like we're just like it came from this idea that like like when there's like a gas leak in the mines, like oh a kobold's gonna like knock on your window. And it's like oh like the I was like, like the reptile creatures from like D&D, and he was like very pissed about that. It was just like what a hobbit is like, it's not like there's a sort of a taxonomy, a clear sort of separate species. It's just sort of like a small guy, and like what being a small guy like that even means is confusing, but it's not like as sort of set in stone as people sort of have put it into like D&D and like into, I guess, what sort of precedent Tolkien has set.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I don't really have much more to add on that.
Hello!
Hello, Artisan.
Hello.
Man, Discord. Sometimes Discord alerts me that some people join the chat, and sometimes it's silent. As far as I know, Artisan literally...
He joined a while ago and then just didn't talk.
I joined for a bit, and then you guys were in a conversation, so I didn't want to interrupt. But it sounds like it ended, so I'm interrupting now. Hello!
Hello.
I slept in. I would have been here like 2 hours ago if I hadn't.
Oh, that's all right. I mean, there's no obligation to be here, like, at a specific...
Yeah.
I'm going to hold it against you for the rest of your life.
Oh, good.
Someone has to.
I don't know. It's I mean, I wanna support your stream and stuff, and also this is an opportunity for me to feel some degree of vicarious fame, being on the same stream as the horse famous Greg.
Yes, welcome to the horse fame. I don't think it's completely cold all of the notifications yet, so some people are still being informed of the streaming. It'll get there. We will eventually have no notifications for anything that we do.
Yeah.
When you stream, do you like mention it on Twitter and stuff? Do you promote it elsewhere to indicate?
I haven't been.
I do wonder if there is a way to make actually like, because you seem pretty set that like, and you're not doing this, as you said, for views. You're doing this so that you can motivate yourself to continuously work. But I do wonder if there are ways that you can sort of turn this into get sort of a positive sort of increase in viewership of people being like, hey, the guy who did Rainbow Dash Presents is streaming, and like get the word out.
Oh no, I'm not doing anything that's gonna catch any SEO keywords. Like it's just.
I mean, I think that there's more than just the algorithm that can sort of propel you. So it's like, I don't know, if you can somehow get the word out by sort of online sort of word of mouth.
What would
I
the
think
word
that
be?
might...
Like Greg is drawing robots on stream.
I don't know. Fucking maybe try doing like YouTube shorts of like. Actually, that is relying on the algorithm, but I don't know. Maybe doing like highlights and stuff of like I don't know. Then that,
I mean, that
that
just sounds
requires
like
editing.
more work.
Yeah, true. I don't know. I think that there is an opportunity here, and that there is content. There is live streamed content on YouTube, but I you know more about how content sort of dies out than I do.
Well, the algorithmic stuff is gonna kill me for sure. But
Okay.
the other reason why there's really nothing to promote is just because there's nothing to promote. It's a work stream, so people can come in and watch me if they want, and that's cool.
I feel like work streams certainly, like there's what's his face, Pirate Software. Does those his streams are like very sort of work based, and he manages to sort of turn that into something that is, it's like its own product in a sense, but like
Doesn't
that
it
is-
take like clips from the stream and then make those shorts?
yeah, which is as Artisan has explained is more work. But I do think that that's also an opportunity. Like I think that is, I don't know, yeah, that could be tapped into. Have just I don't know if there's anything clip worthy that we've said so far that Greg sort of mentioned.
Clip worthy? You're trying to suggest that we say something cool and funny?
Whoa, dude! Skibbity toilet.
God damn it!
Yeah,
Uh,
you guys are gonna have to work a lot. If you're trying to,
I remember.
I don't know. I think that there is opportunity here that is if you make something new, if you create content along the way of creating this game, it can only be a positive, you know. But that's a big if.
When you were talking like that, it made me flash back to the days when I remember I showed my friend Rainbow Dash Presents, and then immediately I regretted it because he started imitating the Rainbow Dash voice all the time, and I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
Because it's
There
funny
is
when it's in a 20-minute video. It's not funny when it's in a 4-hour conversation.
on Rainbow Dash Voices, way back when, the other time Greg was doing work streams, I once hopped in and asked him to do Sweet Caroline in the Rainbow Dash voice, and that audio clip lives rent free in my mind.
sweet.
And you know what? If that was ongoing now, if that, I don't know if YouTube Shorts is still was even a thing then. I don't know when these streams were, but
No, this was back during the Picardo stuff.
oh, okay, way before.
Like, I don't
But-
have an actual clip or anything. I'm just saying, like, I remember that vividly.
Oh, well, you don't have it like recorded anywhere?
No,
No.
it was a work stream. Why would I record a work stream?
Well, if he's already doing something,
How long
that
ago
makes
was
sense.
this? Was this before YouTube streams?
Yeah.
Yeah, well before, like.
Okay,
Picardo
then.
days.
That makes sense.
This was like, I don't know, 10 years ago? Would
This
it
is
have
the
been?
old days. Back when he was animating he was drawing the ponies. Back when Greg
Yeah.
was learning to draw.
Back when there were still horses on Greg's channel. Even though there was a new video like less than a week ago.
I
Ignore
can tell
that.
Jeez. Horses.
Oh, no.
I can tell you this. One way that you can check and see how much interest the audience has in stuff that you're talking about is you can look at the chat, and you can see if the chat is attempting to interact with you or engage with anything that you're talking about. So, like that whole time when you guys were talking about like lots of people
Video games.
argue, yeah, there were basically no comments. Like no
Yeah,
one was.
that's true.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the YouTube chat, and it looks like Carabella said, "Hi, Artie." Therefore, I think that means I'm the most interesting person on the whole stream. Sorry
I
for
mean,
stealing
all right, do a
your-
solo
I
sesh.
cheese when I joined. So, checkmate.
Yeah, but since then, Artie has been way more interesting, so now he's in the limelight.
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
that's just because
Carabella,
the novelty.
as-
No one's figured out how.
Hey, in chat,
boring I
who's
really
your
am.
favorite? Who's your favorite member of the VC right now?
If you don't vote for me,
Arabella,
I'll make you ugly.
Be entertaining.
Be entertaining. Oh, dang it! I don't have a belt.
I mean, you know, it goes all ways. Like, if a conversation gets excruciating, it also, you know, you can kill a conversation in real life in the same way you can kill interest in the chat. You just have to start talking about something that is incredibly dull, or that no one can really weigh in on because it's irrelevant to everybody's life.
That one conversation about like
The
replaying
nice
video
zombie
games.
said, "Hold on, Keith." The nice zombie said, "Introduce yourselves." I just popped in, or I just joined.
I'm Greg. Hello.
Hello,
Okay.
Greg.
Where's that?
I'm
in here? Just
Artist.
You said that like it's an AA
Yeah,
meeting.
we don't have. This isn't like these are just people in a call. This isn't like the gang who's working on this game. It's Greg and everyone else.
We are all a part of the creative process. Not
Is it-
enough to be credited, but
Yeah, I better be in the credits of this game as the guy who was talking to you while you were making this game, or else I'll sue.
Cheese. Special thanks to Cheese for being in the call.
special thanks to Cheese for having a lawyer.
For having a lawyer, yes. There you go. That's
Well, we're
the
just
real-
getting.
Oh, hey. Caribella wants a Artie Golden Monkey stream.
Yeah, you know what? That would actually be fun to watch for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know how
Yeah.
long I could watch it, but I
I
could watch
would
it
say
for a little.
5 minutes.
Five
I
minutes? You could do,
think a bid somewhere just perfectly captured the amount of attention I can grab with that.
Maybe do like
Yeah, you're probably
VTuber
right.
streams with that like avatar. I know that there are definitely a lot of VTubers who just sort of take a VR chat avatar and take the VR chat camera and then just go in front of a green screen, and then that's their whole
Yeah.
VTuber thing.
Oh God, really? That sounds
Yeah, it's
way
they're
lazier
very
than it should be.
yeah.
VTubing has been an advent that has both confuddled and impressed me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It's something
with
that
the
people-
Golden Monkey one, I don't actually know who owns it. I found it, and I've not managed to ever find it a second time. So with
Oh.
that's kind of just my like for fun avatar. I felt fine doing it in the vid somewhere because that's a, you know, no profit, clearly non-commercial kind of space. But yeah, so I have my self-made wizard avatar. I made that myself, by the way. You can tell because it looked horrible.
Great.
I always-
I just thought it was from a PlayStation game.
I always a lot of the avatars I use, except for because I've been using chicken avatars lately, I tend to use like Lego avatars, and I realized recently, the past year, that like pretty much all the avatars I use, including a lot of the ones that aren't even Lego avatars, are made by the same guy, Low Tier Spartan, who is sort of like a legend in like the avatar building, sort of making stuff, and he's like a big. I've seen him around in like discords about like he's like a big Lego fan, a big Ninjago fan. He seems like a pretty cool guy.
Show.
It's still going on, man. It's not.
Wait,
it's,
really?
It's
It's not
yeah.
over?
Yeah,
I love it.
I dropped
Ninjago
I-
is the one piece of Lego. It'll never end.
yeah.
Dude, I dropped off, like, I think after season 2.
Were there robots or were there stone guys?
I dropped off after the Stone Guys and the Dragon.
Oh yeah, that was. I mean, that was supposed to be the ending, and then because Lego has their sort of standard thing is a theme runs for 3 years, and then either it sort of loses steam and they shut it down early, or they continue it after that. But they fully intended to just end it after 3 years.
Yeah, because
and then
Legend of
people-
Chima came out
Yeah.
afterwards.
Which is too bad because I know that I think I've talked to EP about this because that the Legends of Chima got sort of totally destroyed because people we're constantly comparing it to Ninjago, and we're saying like, I don't want to replace Ninjago. I want
so
Ninjago.
much more. So much more.
I will. I agree that it was shut down. It was pointlessly compared to Ninjago, but it is not better.
Speaking of Chima, right? Chima always gave me this feeling like they were trying to get like the Thundercats license and then like didn't get it, and then
I was just thinking that.
Oh no! Everyone, quick! Put a mustache on the characters. We didn't get the license.
Like, it really just gives me a feeling like somebody probably pitched like Lego Thundercats, and I kind of wish they had gotten the license because then that would have been so fucking cool.
I completely agree.
Was that ever confirmed, or is that just a theory?
That's a theory, but I feel like it has to be pretty plausible. Like, why else would the guy look almost like Lionel, the main character?
His name is
like I was
Lobel.
thinking back on Shima, and I'm like, that reminds me of Thundercats. Even though I've never seen Thundercats, I still drew the comparison to Thundercats.
I mean, Lionel is pretty fucking iconic. Like, the whole symbol and all that shit, like, it's cemented itself.
If you're enjoying this conversation so far, join the Discord server and post your favorite Thundercat.
And also, then take this conversation and then edit it for us into a YouTube Shorts that Greg can get promotion.
No, stop trying to be like. Stop trying to be a YouTuber.
I thought you were gonna say take this conversation.
We will pay you an exposure.
End it for us. I was totally on board with you there.
End it.
Don't worry, Greg will pay you an exposure. And
take this conversation and stop it, so we can have a different
Greg,
one.
Are we animating diagonal movements today?
We're setting up rigs for diagonals.
Is this a top-down?
The diagonals are for battle animations and stuff like that. Part of it is that the character's gonna like, you know, when you throw a punch, you kind of really want to like turn the whole body, and so
you wanna get the power from the ground, and you do that by twisting the body.
Yeah, so I gotta get the 3/4 and quarter view. I gotta get the quarter views for that.
Wait, so what is this game about?
It's gonna be an RPG.
It's like about a mech.
I'm gonna be honest. The art style kind of reminds me of Pit People a little bit.
I have never played Pit People.
Don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Shit!
Agree.
Ever played Castle Crasher? It's just by those people.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
I could see.
Sorry, I'm gonna interrupt real quick. The Nice Zombie on the YouTube chat is asking, which do you guys prefer, hard magic systems or soft magic systems?
I don't know the difference.
I like mac and cheese.
I lean a little towards hard magic systems, but for me, really, I care that there's a strong like foundation. Like, as long as you know what your rules and I can anticipate interactions and things, then whether it's hard or soft doesn't matter.
Does hard magic system just mean that there's clear rules that are built from the ground up, and soft is just like, this is a spell that I made up for the specific situation?
Yeah. In that, like, Gandalf sort of waving his wand. I kind of prefer soft magic systems just because I do not like learning rules of magic. That's
my favorite
me
part.
being lazy, but
Okay.
that is something that I cannot. I do not engage in, so I much prefer if it just sort of it has that layer of just sort of like, we don't know what's going on. It's just sort of something. It's something that, like, we would, in order to understand it, we would need to be a wizard ourselves.
I will say this: it really depends on the kind of story that you're going for. Because, like, soft magic and hard magic both have, like, their narrative place in, like, a story.
Yeah. I think how much I guess really kind of the difference between hard and soft magic systems, as I understand it, is just how much specific knowledge does the reader have. And I feel like no matter how much specific knowledge you give to the reader, they should at least know enough to follow along. Like, if you're going along and you have some problem and the wizard's like, aha, magic spell to solve problem, If it feels like it's coming out of nowhere, then that's probably not good. But if you're like, oh yeah, that's right, he has an affinity for this kind of element, and he's used these other kind of magical things before, so reasonably that could extend to this. In a soft magic system, it could be he's done, he's picked up rocks before or something, right? And then it's like, well, what if he picked up small rocks like bearings in a lock? And so that feels like a natural progression of the ability. And how much you tell the viewer about how all that works, I think dictates whether it's like hard or soft.
Yeah.
Also,
I mean,
Caribella said, Artie is actually a professional, guys. I knew I had placed correct faith in him.
I think the real question though is like, hard magic is like, I better see like a logarithm, but like wizard-like in a story at least once, because like at that point, like I better start seeing some like actual magical theory. Otherwise, it's just soft magic, but with a different hat.
Yeah,
I
wanna like jump in on what you said earlier, where you were saying like, so long as you have a solid basis. I really think the definition between soft and hard magic is if you have a basis and an understanding, that's hard magic. I mean, the whole thing's a scale always, but like, if you want a grounding point, that's hard magic. So I think I think I'm going to
it gets harder at least.
I guess another good way to say it would be like, hard magic is like Telesci in Space Station 13, and soft magic is like artifact science.
I definitely feel like, I don't know, I think that I was thinking about why I like soft magic so much. I was thinking about how Adventure Time was something that like really got me interested in fantasy, and specifically the idea of it just being something that it just throws new things at you at random, and just sort of, I don't know, it's something that you just don't understand in its entirety, which I get that like in a more comprehensive world that would be sort of annoying, but I feel like that's at least what drew me to soft magic systems, where they're just sort of casually like, hey, like we found we went to the woods and the wizard was handing out cool magic rings. Check these out. And then it's like, I don't know what these magic rings even do, but I want one, you know?
So Adventure Time actually ended with a very hard magic system, right? Like when you're talking about story and hard and soft magic, it doesn't necessarily mean how do you cast a fireball, but them establishing the 4 elements and glob and the balance being rewritten. And anytime you come up with rules and stakes for the magic, that starts leading into hard magic system, right? One of the back to Lord of the Rings, one of the most insightful things I heard about this specific topic from Brian Sanderson, the guy who does those that Mistborn series. He said that Lord of the Rings was genius because it had both hard and soft magic, where the wizards and Sauron just did whatever they wanted. They just twiddled their fingers and stuff happened. But to ground how much there was a power gap difference between Sauron and Gandalf and the Hobbits had a hard magic system where they got the one ring. They put the one ring on it. They go invisible, except the ring wraiths can see them. All of that is understandable, and you know what the stakes are, and you can understand, oh, if they put the ring on, the wraiths can see them, but it makes them invisible from everyone else, but it's dangerous. Yeah. So every time you can understand anything, that's pushing to hard magic. I want to know what the stakes are. I hate Harry Potter when it's just, are they in trouble? Well, there's, I guess there's 50 minutes of the movie left. I guess
Hermione arbitrarily know a spell to solve this and just hasn't said it yet?
Yeah.
I want to jump off your Lord of the Rings thing real quick. So the magic that like Gandalf and Sauron and like the rest of them have, like in the course of Lord of the Rings, we don't really get a great deep explanation on it, but it is all still grounded and has like rules behind it, right? Even though we're not directly told those things. I don't know that much about Lord of the Rings, but I'm sure Greg could tell you more about the history of it. But
EP's actually better versed in it, apparently.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're definitely not that hard as the bigger guys, because they are literally Jesus.
Yeah, pretty much. They're angels from the gods, and they have like magical domain over such and such things. Sauron was like a guy that went and like he actually like went and made those rings and caused a lot of problems. And there's interesting things around that. But anyway, what I'm saying is that the magic of the wizards in in the Lord of the Ring movies anyway is very well grounded and understood. Like when you're watching it, at least I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of what Gandalf or Sauron could or couldn't do. Even though I don't know the rules, it's like they're never going to do something. And I'm like, that was an asshole.
All right. What did I just do? I don't know what to say that. If you feel like you have a strong grasp, then that's great. Maybe you're more insightful than me, but like I've read a lot of Lord of the Rings, and I could not tell you what any of the Vanyar or Valar or wizards or Sauron couldn't do.
Yeah, I
My
think
dad
that's
could
something.
tell you.
I think the movies
not-
make it like a lot more consistent. What they do is a lot of just like lighting up and throwing around people and such in the movies.
It's not like I don't know like the limits or the capacities of their powers, but like there's some degree of grounding to them to where how do I put it? So I get the sense that there are rules and there's something to it. They're not just showing up and doing ass pulls. Like they have their own internal logic that even though I don't understand it, I can see that that does exist. Like they're not like omnipotent like some wizards are. And I feel like that's the difference between like a good or a bad magic system, whether it being like hard or soft.
Sure.
Does that make sense? Am I explaining that well? Am I going off on a tangent?
You've explained that adequately to me, at least.
Okay.
I don't know
well,
about this idiot
no one else
Greg
can tell
who
me
doesn't get
otherwise.
anything.
I follow it. Who? How dare I?
I thought didn't Greg like have a whole thing where he like told us about like the history of like Sauron and how like he went and hung out with the elves and he was making these like cursed rings, and one of the elves that was like apprenticing with them was like, "Hey, I saw you making these cool rings. I made this cool ring." And he's like, shit, it's supposed to be cursed. But the other guy didn't know that he was putting curses in it, so he just kind of, that's why there's like the elf ring that isn't cursed.
Sorry, a lot of that is close to being correct, but none of that is quite correct.
Okay. I mean,
Isn't it?
that's about as close as I expected to get.
Wasn't it that he was working on the rings, and as he was working on them, he did have an elf that apprenticed with him, and he made the three elven rings. And the three elven rings were all the rings had power, but the elven rings were not intentionally cursed because they were made by an elf for the elves with the hope to benefit the elves.
Yep. He when he went to the Undying Lands, he convinced Celebrimbor, who was the elf in that Shadows of Mordor game. He convinced them. The book said he worded his sentences so he made it so Celebrimbor thought he came up with his own idea of how to make these things. But it was actually him convincing him to do that. And after he made those rings and the human rings and the dwarf rings, Sauron went off and made his one ring. And I guess he knew where like the backdoor code for the rings were because he had a hand in making them. Right, like he left some back door open, so he's like, aha, this ring gains access to anyone who has these rings. But the Silmarillion itself made it sound like the other rings were quite powerful and had superpowers in them, although we never saw what they were.
So I just pulled into work. I gotta go, but right before I go, I'm gonna read something off a chat. The Night Zombie is asking some follow-up questions. He or she or they said, like, you should have an understanding of how things work, and then you decide how much of that to explain to the viewer. They also ask, is it fair to say that soft magic invites more mystics? With asking those questions, I'm going to leave and go to work. Bye.
Bye.
I mean, definitely. I would say like the most extreme form of soft magic is like fairy tales.
Yeah.
So it's definitely invite a lot more of that kind of like ethereal tone of everything.
Greg, if we can pirate your own stream while you work. Hey, nice zombie. I don't think soft magic invites more. If you mean mystic by like questions, like if people go like, "Oh
I
my
think
god,"
mysticism.
yeah. If you mean like to instill the like, she can change water into ice instantly. What else can she do? I feel like that is indicative of having some hard magic, right? Everything's a sliding scale, but like just being a completely soft scale invites no questions. It's just like, yeah, the wizard did it.
Yeah, that's what fairy tales do.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what wizards
Great.
do. That's why they hire them as wizards. Soft magic is I don't know. It all depends on kind of how you use them. Like there's different writing mechanics that you can use for them, and so a lot of times soft magic gets used when you don't really want to clearly define what things can do. So, for example, if you're like, oh, I want this character to feel powerful, but I don't want everyone to be like, why didn't Gandalf just solve all the problems? Then you kind of set up like, oh, we're not really clear exactly what all Gandalf can do. There's some reason he didn't solve all the problems. He's not telling us why. But he can. He can't. We know he can't.
I forget, does Gandalf go with the elves on the boat at the end, or does he stay behind?
No,
He goes
leaves.
on the boat.
Okay. Because my theory is that it doesn't really hold much water, but it's just like, I need to groom Frodo so he'll go on the boat with us.
No,
I mean, you're technically correct, I would say. He does that.
Gandalf was a Maiar, which is he's basically an angel, and the reason why he goes back to Valinor is because the Valinor is the Undying Lands. That's like where nobody ages, nothing changes.
That sounds really boring, though.
That's Christian heaven for you.
Well, they had trees there. It was really nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
this is
well,
a
if
nice
there's
place.
trees there, then it's basically just Namek.
I have nice trees there.
Anyway, basically the kind of the point was that like I don't think that he could go back to heaven unless he died, and so the idea was that he was just going back to Valinor where things will be more or less the same for the rest of his eternity, and it's kind of like a retirement home for creatures that live forever. And that's actually one thing. There's this whole deal with like the Númenóreans at one point decide that they're going to go to Valinor, and it really pisses off the gods at the time because the gods also live in Valinor. So when Gandalf is going back to live in Valinor, he's going to be like among the not his peers exactly, but like his kind of his pantheon people in his pantheon, and do whatever it is they need done, whatever clerical duties are required of him. It's basically just retirement. Frodo goes too because they assume that Frodo is so horrifically shell-shocked from carrying the ring that he really couldn't survive in normal society anyway. So they're just like, what if we take you somewhere where nothing ever changes? And
he was slowly changed by the ring. Like, he was worried that he'd have an extended life like Gollum and turn into some sort of creature as well.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
So
didn't Gollum only exist because he kept holding on to the ring?
Yeah, but Frodo and the wizards weren't really sure of that, so they were like, why don't you come back for us for many reasons? We can heal more than just your body kind of thing.
And is that also why Bilbo goes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, Gollum didn't Gollum lose the ring and live without it for a very long time, like several decades?
Yeah, but you don't actively need it for
Yeah.
the corruption.
Yeah. So yeah, him going
Yeah.
to
The old folks' home through the boat.
yeah, it was a mercy in a couple of different ways, and so it was a significant thing. Yeah, it wasn't just Gandalf being like, well, I want to stay near the hobbits or anything like that. It was.
Now,
genuine.
Considering he went on 2 adventures and the hobbits saved him both times.
well, I mean, that's why he thought the hobbits were great, and everyone else keeps saying like, yeah, they're just short people, right? And Gandalf's like, oh shit, you don't underestimate short people.
Because they're not at eye level, they can sneak right behind you.
Oh man, speaking of this, how did you feel about the Hobbit movies, EP? Because I hated them.
I mean,
I think the actor did a good job, but I feel like the fact that they had to extend them into 3 movies when it could have easily been 2 or just 1.
I ask because EP knows the lore. So I mean, like, how?
Oh, okay.
I mean, expanding lore is great, but it always runs the foul of like you fucking up, right? Like, I watched the first one, and overall, I remember having a moment in my head of going like, "Oh, the very tone of this movie isn't like the epic Lord of the Rings. This is more of a Saturday morning adventure thing when they were falling on that scaffolding and weren't just instantly dying." And at that point, my brain just kind of went, okay, this is fine. Like, these problems that you're feeling with this movie, you're just going into it with the wrong mindset. Just keep watching this. And the white orc that was chasing them, I'm like, yeah, he's cool. I mean, he wasn't in the books, but he's cool. I like this guy. But then we saw the second movie and the third movie, and I went, oh, I wish I was right.
I wish this had stopped. Gosh, the love stuff between the elf and the dwarf was so bad. I don't know. I did.
Also, I mean, lore-wise, blah, 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 that can't happen. There's more going on. They're not just like, oh, they're a different race. Surely other races can fall in love. Like, not really. Like, the elves are kind of a function of the netcode of the world. And the dwarves are sort of robots?
Well, I mean, the one thing is that at some point the elves all have to go back to shoot. What was that? Now I was talking about it.
Undying Lands. I can never remember what the fantasy words are for them.
Yeah, they had to go back to the Undying Lands. They could not stay, and so falling in love with the dwarf was, I mean, being in love with Aragorn was a problem for exactly that. That's why what's his face was kind of peeved about it. Because it was like, you can't love him. At some point, you have to go back to the Undying Lands, and he cannot go with you.
Well, the Silmarillion actually covered that exact thing. If an elf like sides with men, it gets to decide where its soul goes. Like, either elves go back to the Undying Lands and live there forever, or an elf can just decide, yep, I like the humans. I accept this limited lifespan thing. And then when they die, their soul goes to only the super god knows. And so the reason why the father elf in the movies was like, don't fall in love with a human, is because he was worried like you might actually die if you fall in love.
Oh, you'll be stuck with all the humans and their shitty souls forever.
Even if they go anywhere, right? Because I was a big worried about the elves. They couldn't see where the human souls went, so they were worried if the humans even had souls.
Rude. Of course we had souls. How dare... It's filthy elves. Just run around.
I mean, I have no evidence backing this up other than theme and how the books are written. But, like, I think the humans do have souls. The elves are super souls. I don't think the dwarves have souls. Because all the other races...
Speaking of humans, I thought Aragorn was like some sort of offshoot of humans because he didn't age like the rest of them.
Yeah, I'm not willing to fight on this ground at all. I think in the long line of things, he was somehow tied to the Numenarians, who are the people of Atlantis, more or less. But I'm not.
I just remembered that there was some reason that he's like, yeah, I'm 60 actually.
Yeah, because all the Numenarians, the Atlantis people, had super science. The thing I love telling people, and most people don't accept it even when I tell them, is that the Numenarians, when they thought they could take over the world and take on the gods, they were at World War I technology. There are broken tanks in Middle Earth. They come across one in one of the original drafts of The Hobbit, and the dwarves are jumping on it, asking Gandalf, "What is it?"
Did you say
So-
draft? So is this not in like the actual stories now, or?
Tolkien, in his lifetime, the first few publishings of The Hobbit and the first 3 publishings of Lord of the Rings have some like critical changes because he just wasn't happy with it. Right? There's a debate over how orcs are made, because in the first draft of Lord of the Rings, he clearly just says orcs are raped elves, period. And in the second one, he said that they are elves that were kidnapped and somehow corrupted. And in the third one, he said they're grown from the ground from sludge piles, which was what was in the movie.
Well, does that mean that there can't be like multiple different forms of orcs?
I mean,
I
there
mean,
are,
there's-
aren't there?
Yeah, I mean,
Urukai
there
and...
technically are. There's goblins, orcs, and Orokai already, but like, if you're meaning that they were made, no, he rewrote them because he didn't like, after he published the first one, he went, that's a bit grim. I don't want that to be canon. No, never mind.
But does that exclude the idea that there are any orcs that are just corrupted elves? Or corrupted elves a completely different thing now?
Yep, that's just not canon anymore, but sort of, like, people will argue it is.
Yeah, I thought it was canon. I thought that was legitimately still what they were supposed to be.
Well, people will argue that is canon because it was written first, therefore that is the more canon than things that came later.
Well, the thing is, it's like, with the advent of D&D, we're familiar with the Drow elves, or Dark Elves.
Mm-hmm.
So, was that ever a concept that he came up with, or was that something that was made by the D&D people? Because I know that D&D just took Tolkien's work and is like, and that's ours now.
The Drow specifically were made in Forgotten Realms by Ed Greenwood. Ed Greenwood had he made the Forgotten Realms setting for D&D by on commission for work or whatever. Like, Wizards of the Coast literally came to him and said, "We need a catch-all setting. Can you make something for us?" And he was already writing stuff for them, and he's like, "Sure, cool." And he made the Forgotten Realms. And there were a couple things he took a special interest in, and it really expanded on in Forgotten Realms. The Drow being one of them, where he thought, what if a group of elves were corrupted by this Spider Queen thing that I made? And the Drow are, corrupted elves from Lolth.
So this is an exclusively D&D thing. Tolkien had nothing to do with it.
Oh, for Drow? Yeah, absolutely. The concept of dark elves are, like, there's even dark elves in the Silmarillion. They're one of my favorite tales. But they're not onyx-skinned elves. They're, just kind of elves who live in darkness, I guess.
So, did these dark elves hold the same values as the normal elves, or did they have a difference?
D&D is really vague and doesn't hold a lot of, like, elves or whatever your DM kind of wants, but the Drow are very specifically, they are run by a matriarch. All the women are in charge because Lolth is sexist and insecure and bitter. So all the women are in charge, all the men are slaves. The clerics, who only women can be clerics, run all society. There are multiple warring houses, kind of like Klingons or Game of Thrones. And whoever is the cleverest and sneakiest gets Lolth's favor.
So how is anyone supposed to play a dark elf if there's like this much binding them?
I have
originally
Sorry, go ahead.
You weren't originally supposed to play a dark elf. They were a villain. They were like a villain class.
Yeah. I mean, after watching Star Trek and Game of Thrones and whatnot, I have an exact idea of what I would do with a Drow campaign, and I would love to play it. But it would involve people being invested in playing miserable people.
I would have fun.
Don't they already play miserable people?
No, players play horrible people as murder hobos, but
I thought that they just loved giving them very dark and tragic backstories that's full of all their own personal trauma.
Everyone in cool ways.
Yeah, I would have a great time. I would have a great time playing a miserable drow. I could see myself enjoying that game.
Well, what did the campaign surround?
I mean,
Getting ahead of drow society. What do you mean? What would it? It's like
I mean, like, what would be the goal for the drow?
Priscilla, pour me a cup of wine. I'm going to go out and piss on the peasants. I guess you can't do that as a male though. It'd have to be a female. That's okay. It's a lady. Go out and pour me a cup of wine. I'm going to take my morning piss on the peasants. Empty the chamber pot to the streets. Go. Give me the news update and swiftly. I'm not barely interested as it is.
Well, how would you give incentive for someone to play a male character then?
I mean, why do they need it?
I feel like you're intrinsically going, how do I rail against the system and be a good person? Like, no, you would just be accepting, like, yeah, I want to play a totally faithful male warrior to my matriarch, right? There.
So they'd be kind of like a paladin.
Fetch my fetch my spinning pit blade. Going to the pit. I'm going to impress the mistress today. I've been practicing a backflip.
The character I wanted to play is exactly a paladin. I wanted to play a paladin drow, and I can already see the arguments of like, well, why would they get along with the party? And the answer would be because of whatever is happening. His matriarch would say, okay, you're with these schlums. Don't betray them, do us proud. And then he'd very lawfully go, yeah, all right, these are my buddies for now. I may be lawful evil, but I was told these are my friends and we're off on an adventure. Here we go.
The way you're describing this is making me think of Urkin Invaders.
I think that might not be a bad way to think about it, to be honest.
Arok the Miner's got a question. He says, back when I was working on this series like Rainbow Dash Presents and stuff, why would I discontinue stuff, change the animation style, and then keep moving on again? The reason why that happened was because so for Rainbow Dash Presents, we had an artist, he goes by Petarep, and he did all the art for Rainbow Dash Presents. I worked together with him to make those. And then for a while, I was doing an abridged series, like Little Karibo, that type of thing. I don't know if you've seen it. But basically, originally I took the show and I cut them up and then did a script based on stuff that I was making up for that. That got a bunch of content. That caused a lot of content ID trouble. So I started just making like animations for it because it was safer than having to worry about whether or not I was going to get snagged on content ID again. But I was the one who had to do the animations because Petarep was busy. By that time, I think Petarep was already working for like Monster Cat and Funky Panda, and he had a lot of work that was going on. And we talked about like, did he want to get more into making content for the channel or not? Because at the time, he and I were both doing reasonably well on the ad revenue. Like we could make an animation and it would get a lot of viewership and we could kind of survive on that for a bit. But the writing was on the wall that YouTube was changing track even at that time. So we both kind of knew that the idea of making things for YouTube, like animations, was coming to an end as a practical living. So he stuck with commissions and cover work and things like that. So I just did all the drawings, but I was not an artist. I'd never really had any practical art training. I'd never really drawn very much. So it starts off like really bad, and I think I was just doing still frames. Like I was just drawing pictures, and it was just like, here's the next picture, and here's the next picture, and here's the next picture. But then eventually I got into Flash, and I started learning how to animate, and so I used rigs for that, Flash rigs for that. We did like a bunch of stuff in the Flash rigs, and we got through I think all of season 1 with Flash. Then I moved over to Toon Boom, because Toon Boom's more sophisticated, more reliable. And the company is also a lot less terrible. So I got into Toon Boom, and then we made Toon Boom rigs. And by the time when I got into Toon Boom, I had more art experience, so I could draw the ponies better. So we made new rigs. And then My Little Pony started to get kind of frustrating, where a lot of characterizations that I was basing my parodies on stopped making sense. And so I did the Nepotism Adventure series, which was a different tack, kind of a different setting, where the characters were all like more childish and more able to function in the setting where all the characters were a little bit dumb. And I had a couple of ideas for that, but by that point, the YouTube situation was pretty bad. Like, you could spend a lot of work on something and it would get no viewership because their system just kind of didn't want to encourage that type of thing. So it wound down, and then I had a kid. And for many, many years, I've been a stay-at-home dad, and I've been working in the hours that I can find. So there's
I have a question that kind of relates to that. You didn't just work on like the My Little Pony stuff. You also had like side stuff where you like talk over games and things.
Yes. We did related, but yes. Yeah, I mean, like, where are we? It's My Little Pony is an SEO keyword. So one of the things that is important to understand about YouTube is that it's all managed by AI. So the thing that people are calling AI, it's like large language models, but Google has been using AI systems to promote content in spite of all the drawbacks and foibles of that for many, many years. And you know, to this day, it's still really how it all works. Well, he does not like how this eyeball kind of sticks out. They're not real eyes; they're Google eyes, Bold. Maybe I shouldn't keep them like that. It does kind of take away the cuteness factor. But anyway, though, yeah. So like, yes, I'm aware that. For sure, doing My Little Pony content generates viewership, but it's like an SEO keyword, so it should. I mean, it's pretty logical. It's about what you would expect it to do. We were talking about this earlier, in fact, when we were talking about, like, oh, have you seen Worthy Kids? Do you watch Worthy Kids? Have you noticed that... there we go. Now it doesn't look as upsetting. Now it looks like maybe an actual... But yeah, Worthy Kids did like they did a Star Wars thing, and it's like more viewership than anything else. And it's just because it's a strong SEO keyword. Two more picks and my rig will be complete. Am I not done? I think I have it. It's a full turnaround. And now I can get on to animating the actual combat stuff. Only question is, do I want to do that now?
yeah, the Rainbow Dash Factor is definitely one of your better ones.
The Rainbow Dash Presents? Or what is it?
Favorite is
Rainbow Factory.
Sorry, I just said rainbow and the rest fell out of force of habit.
It just came out and rig complete. Very good. We don't have to do this anymore. We've got 5 more characters that need rigs like this, but this is the first one and it's done, so we can do the battle animations. And then I don't know. We could probably do some of the tile sets and actual game building and things like that before I dive back into more rig building. I'm tired of building rigs. Tired of rigging.
Do you know all the animations you need, or do you have a list ready?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could do more than this, but a basic animation sheet looks like this. So it's a 68 by 68 sprites, and then you need all those little animations. But there's only 3 per action. Some of those are just standing still. So you see, like this little guy over here, he's just standing there. I think he waves his fist up and down. I'm not sure what the robots will do. Probably the robots will probably just stand there. I don't see any reason to have them wave their arms around necessarily. Well, they could. But it's a little bit, maybe they just stand there emotionless. So it'll be fine. They have to burn their energy not blinking. I'm not going to animate them like this, but they're Google eyes. They're googly eyes. Like, actually, they're not real eyes.
That reminds me of the SpongeBob movie where like they look everywhere. Things got googly eyes on it.
Carabelle is asking is like how does stuff like tags and things work? So it's a large language model. I mean, it can figure out kind of what content is by looking at it, sorta, kinda. Like it's not like perfect software, but they train it on as much data as they can get a hold of, and Google has tons of data. So these days, it used to be that it was really important for you to tag all your videos effectively, because if you didn't, then if somebody was looking for a Star Wars video, they might not be able to find your thing unless it was written like in the description or in the title. And there used to be programs that would help you with SEO, and so they'd be like, make sure you have all these things in the description, make sure you use the key, like whatever it's about, make sure you say it like 3 or 4 times. And I guess you could still, I'm pretty sure you still are encouraged to do that, which is why, for example, if you go and you look up a recipe online, they don't give you the recipe, they give you like their life story, and they talk about like, oh, you know, if you want to learn how to make blueberry muffins, we have the best blueberry muffin recipe on the internet. For example, you know, if you go back and you look at blueberry muffins throughout history, you'll find that blueberry muffins have been consumed by some, and so they'll repeat blueberry muffins a lot in this like written article about the recipe. And then you scroll all the way past that, and the recipe's at the bottom. Part of it is because if you spend more time on the website, that implies engagement. Which means it's a better website as far as Google's language models are concerned. And second, it makes it easier for the machine to be like, oh, this is about blueberry muffins. So when somebody types in blueberry muffins, they get that article. So for YouTube videos, you can still do that kind of thing, where for your description you can write like, oh, this is about My Little Pony and My Little Pony adjacent. Like if you ever wondered what it would be like in the My Little Pony universe, and My Little Pony, and you just say it a bunch, and then when people look for My Little Pony, you're more likely to be at the top. But
Hello.
it does. Hello. But it'll do a bunch of other things too. So, yeah. It's the internet. That's modern internet. That's why a lot of things are the way they are today. That's why you can't find good websites anymore. Ugh. Doing some stretches. Been hunched over this tablet for so long. I do not have good animator posture.
Oh yeah, no. Take a break then.
No animator has a good posture. It's what makes the animator.
What
It's
makes
how
the
you-
posture?
That's how you know you're a good animator, is when your back hurts at the end of the workday. Yeah, SEO making websites worse it's a really fascinating phenomenon, and people study it, but you don't hear about it very much because I mean, partly you'd have to want to look into it to find out about it. Yeah, not to worry. Soon AI will be able to extract and ultimately butcher the recipes directly.
Haven't people been using ChatGPT for all the wrong reasons? Like, I'm going to generate my
Yes.
YouTube script from it.
Yes.
I am currently using ChatGPT to help me program something in Toon Boom right now.
Does that actually work, though?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it never gives you something. It never gives you what you want, but it like does all like, hey, do you want a car? Here's something with a chassis, with framework, with wheels, with rubber tires, with windows, with doors in the wrong place, and a steering wheel. What do you want? And you just have to say, oh, I want, then you just copy paste and you put everything where you want it in the correct spots and move along. It's way faster.
I mean, I get that, but then you got people like doing stuff that might not even be, because ChatGPT uses the entire internet. If someone's trying to figure out like, is it legal to do this? They're not going to get a correct answer because that law might be applicable to Germany,
That's what they
and
have
not
to be like.
Florida.
I mean, I guess, but it's very contextual to what we're talking about. Like,
Yeah. Also,
I would
that's-
have the same advice to this person looking up legal stuff than I would for the program. I would get ChatGPT's answer and then run it by an expert.
I'm
in
talking
my
about
case.
like someone looking up ChatGPT. It's like, is it legal to drink and be here at this time? And ChatGPT's like, I'm saying like someone looks up if something's legal before doing an ill-advised action.
I mean,
poorly
you
informed.
shouldn't be doing that anyway. Honestly,
Well, people are gonna do it anyway.
I mean, doesn't mean they should.
No. But it's kind of like telling a teenager not to drink at a party, you know?
Yeah,
That's not gonna work. It's unrealistic.
and
You
that's
can't
why
give them
they.
a message that says don't drink. You give them a message that says be responsible and be safe.
be responsible. Maybe don't drink too much. Yeah, but they still need to deal with the consequences. AI, man, AI is just a weird thing.
Well, at least we can get any character we want singing My Way, because apparently that's the only song that AI really likes. Because you can put almost any voice to My Way, and the AI will be able to do it, because the way it's enunciated is very clear. And so the AI can latch onto that and make it sound really good, because it's working with a very clear example. And if you try to put it to a rap song that's really fast, then you get a bunch of gibberish.
Like Carabella, what if we just make a bunch of tiny unpopular websites and hide away from the world? Isn't that what the dark web effect? Basically, just like an internet that's more insular.
Yes, but illegal stuff.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
dark
Well,
web
the
is
problem
more
is to
aimed
even
at-
access to dark web, you gotta
Well-
use a torrent.
We will make what we call the Twilight Web, which is not illegal but is reclusive, and we don't let everybody in.
Hell
I mean, if you could make like a special browser that isn't a torrent, then yeah, that could probably work.
By
And that
default,
has to be heavily moderated then, because its obscurity is going to cause bad actors to come.
Well, isn't that just how dark web works? It's just full of bad
Yeah.
actors because bad actors are willing to download a torrent.
A lot of normal people download a torrent. That is...
The only reason I know
very
about
easy
it is
thing to
because
do.
people say to even access the dark web, you need a torrent, and I'm like, okay,
So
I guess I'll
what-
still clear that.
So what version of the dark web are you on about though? Because there's like two main ones. There's the one where you need like a torrent to access, and then there's just the dark web where it's just like your email page, where it's a website that like you can access, but there's no direct link to that page on like a search engine.
The only thing I'm familiar with is what the YouTubers tell me, alright?
That's unfortunate.
Maybe you could expand your horizons.
I don't think I want to expand my horizons, because so far I just like keeping it legal, man.
I mean, you can keep it legal, just maybe you should learn more stuff from not YouTubers. And YouTubers aren't the best
Well,
for
the thing is, I just have
spreading...
no reason to access the dark web. So,
Do the legal stuff. Kill people. It's fun.
Make this Silk Road 2, Electric Boogaloo.
wasn't there already an internet Silk Road?
What do you mean?
Yeah, this is the second one.
Oh, I thought you were talking about second, as in historical, and I'm like, pretty sure. Never mind.
There's been many Silk Roads on on the internet.
Just now looking at the text chat for Free Dirt has just been filling the text chat with AI generated
Oh yeah,
images.
AI slop.
Oh, where's this on Twitter? I'm sorry, Twitch.
Oh, here. No, it's not. It's here. It's here.
Yeah, it's in
Oh, in
the
Discord?
the text chat.
Where?
Read a book. Books are good. You know what's nicer than being on the internet? A book.
Yeah.
And that's actually.
I mean, depends on the book.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, not all books are good.
I love that shark.
Oh, jeez, the Freddy being Wait, I said Freddy. I meant to say Woody. The Woody
No.
being Buzz. I'm
Wait, Derek,
sorry.
What
The Friday Nights at Freddy's
AI
brain
model are
rot
you
has
using
gotten
get
to
these?
me.
We will always be together. I promise.
Okay. I don't know if I want to work on animating with the rig now. It'll be time to go here in about 15 minutes anyway. But I might be able to throw together a real quick some icons.
What program are you using to make this game?
Oh, RPG Maker MZ.
But what else?
Is that the most recent one or what?
I mean, also JavaScript and Toon Boom and Clip Studio. I am basically I'm taking, if RPG Maker were a what can we say? If it were a meal, it would be like buying a cheese sandwich and then decorating with garnish and like fine wine, like all this expensive creative software and everything to create a RPG Maker game. There have been good RPG Maker games. I mean, I'm joking here, but it is.
It's got the Unity problem where like it's really easy to access and get assets for.
Yeah.
Yeah, except it's not going to charge you for it later.
No, they charge you for the assets.
No. I'm talking about that thing where they're like, we want part of your intellectual properties revenue.
Yeah. That whole that whole thing was made to be aimed at like mobile games. But then the whole mobile game thing died off before they could add it into their thing. So yeah.
So they were trying to get a piece of the microtransaction action.
Yeah, and then they took too long. And then they're like, well, shit, well, what do we do now?
What was the one that everyone recommended that people use instead of Unity?
Oh. Probably.
Or Godot.
Yeah,
Godot.
Godot, that was it.
Just think about what do I want to do for these icons? The other question is, where do they really start? Where do they really stop?
Well, there's 1 pixel on the screen left side, so presumably you go right down the middle. You get 1 pixel width on all sides.
Yeah, I know we've got something like what do I want these icons to look like? Because right now I'm using like a DOS style text. I made them all look like desktop.
Ultimately,
shortcuts.
what style of game is this gonna be? Like, as far as
No.
is there anything
No DOS.
recent or past that this could be comparable to as far as style goes?
It's an RPG game.
Ah,
I think some like simple 2-color thing can work well.
You know
So
what?
just like,
What if I made them look rad and I was just like fire in the background and stuff? That would be. That
but
would.
wouldn't that imply a fire attack?
And here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna increase the resolution, and just go ahead and double it. And that way, if I'm a little sloppy on this. And that's okay, because it'll kind of get reduced down anyway. All right, that's why I use Clip Studio. Something I think it's just because the vectors, but I think that the I don't know, Clip Studio just feels so much easier to use, or maybe there's like more mouse smoothing or something. Something here makes Clip Studio feel just so much more natural for actual art and drawing things.
yeah, it has a very, very good stabilizer, which you have halfway on. I can see.
Okay, well there we
But
go.
also, yeah, also just the general like drawing engine. I'm in Clip right now myself. It's definitely like the best drawing engine I've touched.
It's almost like a little vacation after being in Toon Boom for so long. It's like, oh, finally drawing where I don't feel like I'm fighting myself.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely the same with Clip. But I will say TV Paint. Lacking a lot of features, it can be like complete, but like drawing in TV Paint is wonderful and smooth.
Is that an animation software?
Yeah, it's finally it was like a pure frame by frame kind of thing. Like it will actually like destroy your drawing if you move them around. But apparently now they added like puppet support, so it might actually be like a real competitor after a while. Yeah, it's actually quite common in Europe for feature films.
I hate my local clinic. I cannot make an appointment because for some reason the online service is now like has opening hours, and if it gets too full, they just shut it down. I hate this. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
I'll see you guys later. This was fun.
Cheers.
See you later, Abby.
What are you doing in this? What is this shape, Greg?
This shape is a gun. Do you not see the machine that the?
Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. We need guns for the game. Let me see. So we got these rings here, and that ring there. movie there.
Yeah, friends use TV Paint a lot. I think actually it is French developed. Responding to the chat.
You know, Wakfu was put together in Flash, and that was always a really interesting thing. I'm not sure, but they might have also done. I don't know if you guys saw the Dofus movie, but they might have also done. Yeah, they might have done that in Flash too. Which is nuts. If
don't know the program because they had switched over to frame by frame by that point, so I actually don't know what program they used. But yeah, Dofus movie is highly underrated. It is like some of the best animation I've seen on in a film.
It is. It is a. Oh, the Dofus film. Did you see the Dofus movie with like Julith and?
No, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Oh well, that's a shame. It's a really good. It's a really good film for the fact that it's effectively just an advertisement for a video game.
I mean, we were supposed to get 3 more, and we were robbed because the world failed us.
The world refused to get into Dofus enough. Yeah, I don't think the world failed us. As far as I understand, the big problem was that they really just didn't advertise it. They expected word of mouth to get it out there, and you know, that was just impractical because word of mouth is like it worked fine. It worked fine for them to get the Wakfu show out to start with, but there was just no way at the time that they finally released Wakfu. It was just not going to be a practical way to get attention.
And it doesn't really work with a movie when like your theater doesn't even have it. Like it didn't matter that I heard about it. I couldn't go and see it.
Oh yeah, there's also that. Can't go and see the film you want to see, even if you wanted to see it. Yeah, what will you even do about it? That would be.
But yeah, definitely worth just seeing the movie we did get.
Yeah, that was a good movie. I would have liked to see more. I didn't like the how do we pronounce it? Is it Lop? Yop? It's spelled IOP, which always gets me, really. I really don't like the Lops so much. They kind of it feels like they dominate a lot of things, but they're like the joke is that they're very, very dumb. And like okay, you know, that's fine. They're very, very dumb. But like what else can we say about the Lops? Like why is it that they do so much? Why is it that they get the girls and everything else? But we really just like I don't know. The main characters seem to not even get the same attention as the Lop does.
Yeah, it's like they're good to have in the cast just to like disrupt and get a lot of momentum into the group narrative. But yeah, like them being the driving drama for so much. At least it seems like season 4 at least Wakfu tones that down a bit.
Well, good, because I don't know, like Dali being the most important, Dali or Tristpan or however you wind up with the nickname. Them revealing that he was Lop, like the god Lop, was like such a agonizing, like what? Like, listen, we're trying to create we're trying to watch a show, okay? You can't. I don't know. I hated that. I hated that they did that.
Yeah, also because it was a good send off and kind of rectifying that and doing that at the same time. It's not a good look.
Oh, you mean bringing him back? Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like he had a very noble death, and then they brought him back, and then they made him God, and it's like okay, like all right, coming back to life was all right. So okay, yes, you really like the character, and okay, fine, I'll give you that you really like the character. We'll tolerate that, but making him actually be God, this is over the line.
Yeah. To be fair, like being a god in the Cosmos or whatever it's called it's not that big of a deal necessarily.
He was more God than Hugo was, and that.
I mean, not by the end of that season.
I guess I haven't watched season 4 yet, so I guess
I mean season 2. Hugo season 2. There was like the entire species is Hugo.
Oh well, he had
that
all
was
his
season
people.
2, right? Wasn't it?
Where they revealed all of his people were trapped in the Hugo Dome.
Yeah, and they all were in fact Hugos, and they just became a species with hats.
Yeah, but not a playable species.
Oh, you actually played the game?
Yes, I did. I played Wakfu for a little while. I don't recommend it much.
I'm going to interrupt for a second. Greg, this gun icon, are you going to have it colored, or are you going to try and have it like that white silhouette?
It's colored.
Okay. And that I'm gonna bounce. I haven't eaten yet.
Okay.
It's 4:30 here.
All right. You have good food. Colored icon look pretty.
Yeah, what color will we have behind it? Because you have both the dark and the light part that will... You have to sacrifice one of them in the contrast.
Yeah, I probably ought to make this like blue, and then that way it'll stand out a little bit better. Now, I still want to do fire for it, but yes, you're correct. But that's all right. I can go back and I'll tweak it here. All right. So let's say like dark blue. Let's go darker blue because we're going to add to it here, and then let's get out our handy dandy tools, and we'll just start going up the color wheel. And it'll be like burning fire from the ground on up. And we'll make it so that most of the gun is within the burning area, so that way we can see it. Oh, hold on. So not all of this is good. Okay, actually, come to think, they'd probably get lost in the. Okay. I'll do kind of like this here. A nice bright. So, fun fact, I don't know if anybody plays Stellaris in here, but if you do, I've got a mod for it called Sensible Late Game Tax, and little icons like this are a really common requirement for that mod. one of the tricks is making them readable because they're all very tiny.
Try giving it like a white border around the Gatling gun drawing.
That is probably a good idea. Maybe not a white border, but well, yeah, maybe a white border.
Just to see if it helps the readability.
That helps. That looks like something. Here. I'm gonna add some arbitrary lines onto this so that it looks like it's got more texture to it. You know what else would help? Probably maybe a little bit more brightness on the bands that are on there. And that'll help separate out the rings a little bit. Make it clearer that that's what those are. Okay, we are running very slim on time, but oops. So there we go. So what's really nice about going down in resolution is you lose detail anyway, so even though you were a little sloppy to start with, so long as it looked like a gun of some sort.
Oh yeah, that's not. Yeah, that actually feels very nice and retro, like crunched drawing like that.
Yeah, this is how I always do it with the Stellaris icons, because the Stellaris icons, they're little like 75 by 75 drawings. So I just draw them twice as big, and I'll be kind of sloppy on the detail, but then when it scrunches down, it looks really nice because you know, even the sloppy detail. It just kind of becomes it gets squashed in. So okay, and we will save this icon set, and then we can look at it in game and see how it looks. The chamomile. Oh, we only have one chamomile so far. Oh, what the heck? I wonder if it's got a different. Where are we drawing my icon set from then? If I close it down and let it back up. Yeah, Carbell, I've learned doing all those mods for Stellaris has taught me well of the tricks for.
Ah, the guy, he's there.
There we go. Yep, yeah, we got him in there yesterday. That was just the walking icon. So there we go. That's gonna be our gun icon, and can get our thing. See how tiny he is, though. Here he is walking around. Boop, 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 boop. We're mostly going to be relying on the in-screen stuff. So that's how small it is in the game. Which is pretty tiny. But that does read as some kind of gun. And looks pretty good. I think. At least as far as, like, style. It's even tinier than I thought it was going to be. That'll be okay. We'll just have to make sure all of them are nice and well sized. Yeah, it works.
Congrats.
Yeah. Now we just have to do that with like tons of other icons. We need one for armor, claws, photo camera tool. We got a bunch of things, but all a step at a time, and we'll get there. Yeah. But anyway, though.
You really don't need them perfect to develop and like further development either.
No, and what'll be funny is these icons will look more professionally put together than the character sprites. Like the little guy you'll see over here is not going to be like a well-drawn picture. I was imagining it was going to be more. I was just going to take a screenshot out of Harmony here, and that'll just be what you see is this little guy. It's like, there he is. That's him. RPG Maker is fun. That's the other reason I'm doing this. Is because it is fun. It is fun to work in. Yeah. But anyway, though, yes, it is time to go ahead and go. I got to pick up my son really soon. So last time I kind of pushed it a little bit, but today we'll learn that. I'm not gonna barely get out the door. So yes, thanks for joining me, everybody who's still there and everything, and everybody here in the chat. Just AO, I guess. AO clone.
Yeah, everyone else left.
Yeah, everybody else is gone.
Well, yeah, see ya.
Yep. All right. See you later.